currently conducting proof of concept trials with the aim of bringing fibre to the home to South African suburbs. On the mobile front, LTE is gaining momentum with Telkom Mobile, Vodacom and MTN aggressively growing their high-speed data networks. Vodacom and MTN are also investing in fibre to the home networks, taking on Telkom and Neotel in the fixed broadband markets. Today, South Africa's top telecommunications executives will tell us more about the local market and what we can expect to see. The MyBroadband Conference is the premier event of its kind in South Africa and is brought to you free of charge thanks to the generous sponsorship from our conference partners. Telkom is the lead sponsor of the 2014 MyBroadband Conference. As the leader in the South African broadband market, Telkom was a logical partner for this conference. Telkom is also sponsoring lunch this year. Neotel partnered with MyBroadband as the co-lead sponsor. As South Africa's first converged telecommunications network operator, MyBroadband is proud to have Neotel as part of this conference. Neotel also sponsored the drinks and snacks we just enjoyed. Vodacom joined the 2014 MyBroadband Conference as a titanium sponsor, and they are also sponsoring the cocktails after the event. We thank our platinum sponsors, Broadband Infraco, Dark Fiber Africa, and CETA. Big thanks to our gold sponsors, Bitco, Cypherwave, BlackBerry, Evenflow, and MWeb Business. Thank you to our silver sponsors, Internet Solutions Ignite, Aria Technologies. And lastly, thank you to our bronze sponsors, Clarotech, Skywire, Bundu Power, Nology, Metro Fiber Networks, SwagTab, Redwool ICT, Zixel, Dotcom, Wilcom, 365 and Vox Telecom. Our media partners for the event are Engineer It, Mindset and Clockwork Media. Big thank you to Telkom Mobile, who is providing Wi-Fi connectivity for the event. And now, the one, the only, Aki Anastasiou.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? How you doing? Good stuff, good stuff. Are you ready for MyBroadband 2014? Who's here for the first time this year? Let me see. Wow, more than half the room is here for the first time. Fantastic to see. Welcome. It's lovely to have you here. This is the premier conference where we talk about technology, we talk about connectivity, and I'm really excited to be here. And it's an absolute privilege for me to be your MC once again this year. Who's been here from the very first MyBroadband Conference? I'm very curious to see. Wow, there's a couple of hands. How many years has it been going? Rudolph, you can't put up your hands. How long has it been going for? 10 years. Give the team at MyBroadband a big round of applause. You know, it's amazing what has been achieved in just 10 years. But I mean, this year, we celebrate 20 years of our democracy in South Africa. And it's 20 years since Vodacom and MTN switched on the first commercial mobile networks in the country. I mean, it was 20 years ago. And it's amazing how far we've come in such a short space of time. Now, you did see on the screen that Telkom will be providing the Wi-Fi in the room today. So if you want to look for the SSID, it's called Telkom MyBB 2014. So if you open up your Wi-Fi, that's where you'll find it. And the password is MyBB 2014. You got that? All lowercase, MyBB 2014. You can go mad, you can torrent, you can do what you like. I'm joking. Just calm down. I know you guys are like hardcore data users in this room. I want to see how much hardcore data users in this room that we have. Who uses more than 50 gigs of data a month? All right, okay. Who uses between 100 gigs and 200 gigs a month? I'm just checking. Vodacom, Cell C, Telkom, Neotel, they're all making notes, right? All right. MTN as well. We know we're watching you all. Who uses about 500 gigs a month? Okay, a few hands. Who uses more than 1 terabyte a month? You must be joking. What are you downloading, dude? 1 terabyte a month. No wonder my ADSL line is so slow. Who uses more than 1 terabyte a month? All right, it's just about to say. Well, they're actually too embarrassed to own up to say that we actually use more than 1 terabyte. But that's a lot of data. I want to find out what you're doing, man. That's impressive. Are you on ADSL? Cool. We need to talk over here. We need to talk. So that's interesting. We always love doing these kind of surveys at this conference. We want to find out who's doing what and who's doing what on their mobile phones. So in the room this morning, I want to find out who has an Android device. All right. Quite clear where the majority lies. Out of those Android devices, who's got a Samsung? All right, that's very interesting. Who's got an LG? Cool. Listen, don't mock them. The LG G3 is a fantastic phone. I love that LG G3. Who's got an HTC? Excellent. The M8's a fantastic device. Who's got a Huawei? All right. Sony? Who's got an Alcatel? Come on, you can be honest. It's actually a very cool device, the new Alcatel. And who's got any other kind of Android device? There you go. What have you got? You got a Huawei. That's fine. It's a cool device. So who's got a Nokia device, a Windows 8 device? All right. Check out the new 930. It is a fantastic device. A BlackBerry device. Who's got a BlackBerry here? All right. The BlackBerry Passport is a very cool device. Jan's got one. You must check it out. It's actually one of the weirdest looking phones I've seen, but boy, is it functional. It's a really impressive little device. And who's got an iPhone? Let me see who's got an iPhone. All right, so it's between Android and iPhone, but Android wins this one over here. So what we're going to do for the conference this year, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all comfortable. We've got lunch. We've got a fantastic day. We've got the who's who of the communications industry here with you today. We've got the big players. There are going to be some big announcements being made. We've got some fantastic prizes to give away. So make yourselves comfortable. And before I go, we want to rock Twitter this morning, okay? Who's on Twitter and Facebook? Let me see. All right, if you're on Twitter, put your hands up. All right, take out your phone. Open up your Twitter account. As you're doing this, as I'm talking to you, right? The hashtag for today's event is hashtag MyBroadband. Just hashtag MyBroadband. Not MyBB, MyBroadband. Put that in. Don't tweet just yet. I'm going to tell you when to fire the button because we're just going to make Twitter we're going to rock Twitter a bit right now. So type in something that you're enjoying about the conference so far. Don't say any horrible things about me, but just say some nice stuff. Your 10th MyBroadband Conference, or I love MyBroadband Conference, or whatever you want to say about broadband, about connectivity. Type that in with the hashtag MyBroadband. Don't click send yet, because we're going to do it all together simultaneously, okay? All right? Have you typed this in? Are you ready to press that send button? We're going to count down from 5 to 1, and I'm going to ask you all to simultaneously press that send button with the hashtag MyBroadband, okay? Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit that send button. We're getting this conference trending because that's what you're talking about today. Everybody's hit that send button. We're going to start off the conference a little bit unconventionally this year. We're going to start off with this guy who's absolutely crazy. He's one of the funniest guys in South Africa, ladies and gentlemen. Before we talk connectivity, before we talk broadband, before we talk networks, before we talk fiber optics, we're going to start it off on a light note. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Kagiso Ledige.
Hello! Come on, hello! Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna reintroduce myself. I'm gonna go back there, pretend you haven't seen me yet. I'm gonna introduce myself like a rock star. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Coming all the way from the side of the stage, the one, the only, Mr. Kagiso Ledige.
Thank you. How are you guys doing? Good morning. Yes, I'm Kagiso Ledige. I know it's not the sexiest name in the universe, but it's my name. It's pretty shit, but I mean, yeah. It's better than Ike Anastasiou, but still. Still pretty crap, man. Still pretty crap. It's like one of those. You can't really, can't be sexy with a name like Kagiso Ledige, So whenever I see like all these things on the internet and I try them out at home with my wife and, you know, just try to be naughty, I'm like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? And she always goes, baby, I thought we spoke about this. Because nobody wants to scream, in the middle of lovemaking. No. Sounds like an Arab getting tortured, right? This is all good. Yeah, I came here actually because it's very early in the morning and I don't usually wake up this early, but I came here to find out for my child where the internet comes from. So I hope you guys will tell me at some point. And I also have to say that I've recently switched back to telecom. Because my carrier pigeon died. I guess that terabyte finally kind of just destroyed it, yeah. It was disturbing for me to find out that like 90% of all carrier pigeons carry porn. The internet jokes right there. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. I just, you know, it's very cool. I was reading on the internet like the sort of global internet map, and there was no Africa. You know, I was pretty disappointed. I was like, where the hell is Africa? It's quite crap. Like, and whenever I play like Xbox Live, you know, I put on my earphones and then I'm playing. And then whenever people, you know, I meet people online and they're like, where you coming from? Where you from? And I go Africa. They always get shocked. Like Africa. So it's always quite crazy. And then I went to Finland. You know, I went to Finland recently, and I discovered that they have like internet for days, right? It was just crazy internet. I got there, my iOS devices were just uploading themselves, they were just upgrading themselves. Everything was crazy, and I hadn't seen that much internet in the universe. I was just like, this is crazy. I never left my room. I was always on the internet. People were like, yo, let's go check out Sweden, let's go on a boat ride to Sweden. And I said, no, I'll check out Sweden on the internet, you know? I don't need to see it, it's here, you know? I was downloading I was like one of those, you know when you like, sometimes when you're at international departures at OR Tambo, and you always see those Zimbabweans with like plastic bags from like, you know, Pick and Pay, and they're always offloading them into, you know, like that kind of thing. I felt like those guys. I was like, yo, I'm from far away, I'm not used to this type of internet, you know? It was crazy. It was really nuts, you know? But then I had to kind of put a stop to it when I kind of woke up in the night in the middle of this terrible dream, because in my dream, I'd accidentally downloaded babies, and my room was just full of like babies of all races, and I was like, whoa, I need to stop, man. I need to stop. It was really crazy. But yeah, I've got like a child that I take to school, you know. It's like not my child, but another child. And he's got, no, it's not my child. I didn't download a baby by mistake. I've got this, it's a cousin of mine who like, you know, so I kind of volunteered to take him to school. And it's crazy because now they don't use textbooks anymore. They use those tablets. Everybody's using a tablet, and it's crazy. And I was like, whoa, this is nuts. And like, they were giving him all these warnings, like, yo, if we find you like watching videos, we're going to like, you know, take this device from you. And I was like, whoa, these are new warnings, you know, these are crazy. This is crazy school time. Because I went to school, I went to Bantu education, right? You guys familiar with Bantu education? This is why people are like, no, let's not talk about that. Now, I went to Bantu education. Bantu education was crazy. I remember in Afrikaans, the only things I learned in Bantu education in Afrikaans class were a hemkekkel, a hond blaf, and a boer maak 'n plan. I remember telling my parents used to ask me, what do you want to be when you grow up? I said, I want to be a boer. It's obvious, mommy. It was crazy. Didn't go down well. And I remember in English class, the only words I learned from my English teacher were yes, no, and may I please go out, right? Didn't know what it meant, but it was English, you know? And then to go to lunch, we had to say this password. Didn't know what it meant. We didn't know what the hell it meant. So for the food we are about to receive, we thank thee, O Lord. Amen. Didn't know what the hell it meant, but we knew that afterwards there will be food. So we said it religiously, excuse the pun, you know. I remember like, when I finally caught on to this, like I'd get into school in the morning, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, I'd be like, for their food, they'd be like, no, stop it, not now. It's not the time yet. 3 hours later, for their food, no. You know, and finally when lunch came and everybody starts doing it, you start dancing for the food.
I'll give it out just now.
It was rock and roll. And then like my English teacher used to say a lot, right? Not because she was stupid, but because English was not her first language. So she had to think of the words, right? Be like, shut your mouth. You know, extravaganza, right? And then as kids, we used to think that that's the way to speak English, right? We used to think that that's the way to speak English, you know? It would be like, you know, you're in math class, it'd be like, two, you know? It was a thing, because we didn't know. It was just like, she sounds all sophisticated and all of that, you know? And I realized that a lot of our politicians actually went to Bantu education schools. No, don't laugh, because we've seen them. You've seen them whenever they're getting interviewed. And Deborah Patta goes, what did you do with the money? It's always like, when is the commercial break, Deborah? Be like, well, in a few minutes, It was crazy. And I remember when we finally kind of, you know, like, you know, the new world came, the new time came, and then my parents sent me to a sort of like an English school where we had actual English teachers from England, right? Couldn't hear what the hell they were saying half the time because they speak like this. You know, I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. But then at Bantu education, I had gotten a B in English. So when I got to the school, I was like the spokesperson for all the other black kids from Bantu education, you know. But obviously, I wasn't really the right kind of guy to be a spokesperson for anybody. So I remember one day, I was in the field, you know, it was lunchtime, I was playing, and then the teacher came. The teacher came to us, and she's like, yes, little one, what is your name, right? And then I looked at her, obviously, with all the confidence in the world, and I went, yes. You know, other kids are going, what's she saying? Joaring, Askawara, don't worry, I've got this. She looked all confused. I was like, ma'am, please go out. It was pretty crazy, man, pretty crazy. Yeah, but I mean, I like this room. It's really great. I guess the internet business is really white. Wow. It'll be cool, yeah. The digital revolution is taking longer to catch on with the black folks. Can I hear the black people in the room? Okay, it's not too bad. It's not the EFF rally, but still, yeah. Just hang in there. I blame it on the fact that for a long time, computers were white, right? They're just white. It was like, and they said crazy things. You have performed an illegal action. This program will be shut down. Sure. Sorry. I'll call you. That's great. But yeah, I'm really impressed with this whole thing. I did like a radio show recently. Or interview on a radio. I won't mention names. It was like midday with this white woman who was like the interviewer. And she said to me, Kihiso, what are you going to talk about in your show, Kihiso? What is up with you comedians always talking about race, Kihiso? What is up with you comedians always talking about race? It is such a dead horse, Kihiso. It is such a dead horse. And then I said, no, screw you, radio lady. Race in South Africa is not a dead horse. I think race in South Africa is like a gay horse on Viagra. It's like that's our thing. I mean, it's not like we're all racist. I mean, white people, you started it, but we all kind of went like, how do you do this thing? How do you do this thing? Like this, okay. So we're all pretty racist. We are like one of those countries, you know, that's our thing. It's just that white people don't like to talk about it. White people don't like to talk about it because it makes you guys uncomfortable. Look at this guy going, all right, don't start now, but that makes you guys uncomfortable. They didn't know, because they didn't know about apartheid and all that. They didn't know. The government just lied to them. Right? They just thought that black people like to live like cock, right? Be like, hey, look at them dancing up and down with their fists in the air. It brings a tear to my eye. Yes, that's why it's called bloody tear gas, lady. And black people, on the other hand, we are determined to milk that thing to the death, right? It'd be like a guy will have a headache, he'd be like, yeah, I think this thing was caused by apartheid, yeah. It's like, Safisa, why are you late? Yeah, 1984 was a terrible year, So crazy. Like the other day, The other day, I was like, I mean, I really think that we like as black people, like white people don't listen, but as black people, I think we're overusing the apartheid cut, we shouldn't dilute it too much, because I still want to leave a legacy for my child, so that he can still kind of be able to call on apartheid in 20 years' time. So please, let's not overuse this thing. The other day I was flying to Cape Town. I was at the airport, and I was behind this sort of elderly black couple. They were sort of 60s and above, a man and his wife, and then they were arguing with this woman behind the counter, right? And then there was kind of I could hear there was it's not going well, because the woman said to the guy, "Sir, unfortunately, check-in for that flight closed 7 minutes ago," right? And the black guy said, "But what about that man?" And there was this white dude who was walking off with his backpack and his boarding pass and everything, looking very organized, walking off, And then the black guy said, "I can see what is happening here. I can see what is happening. Let me tell you something. Those days are over." And she was a bit clueless, so she went, "Sir, would those be the days when you used to catch your flights?" So obviously that pissed him off. He was just upset. He's like, "This is nonsense. This is rubbish. I want to speak to somebody who doesn't wear a name tag around here. This is nonsense, And then he looked around in the queue to see if there were other black people that could support him in the struggle. And unfortunately, I was the only one, right? So obviously, I avoided all eye contact. Then he said to his wife, "You see, baby, this is why we are not moving forward. Because we don't support each other." Then I said, "No, we are not moving forward because you're holding up the bloody line." But I said it inside. No, because you don't want to upset elderly black guys in the queue at the airport, because they'll just start mooring you in public, "Why don't you support black people?" And then people will see you getting moored, take pictures, tweet them, hashtag he got khamoor. Then my mom would see this, and she'd ask me, "Why were you getting moored at the airport?" And I'd have to say, "Because I didn't support black people." And she'd also moor me, "Why? Be rock and roll." But you guys are in for an awesome day. I've been Kagiso Lediga. Thank you very much for welcoming me on this stage, and have an awesome conference. Thank you. Goodbye.
Absolutely awesome. Thanks so much, Kagiso. Really nice to have you with us this morning. Are you ready for the start of MyBroadband 2014? We've got some fascinating speakers, but it's amazing how fast the technology world is moving and how fast connectivity. I was looking at the UN Broadband Commission the other day. Over 50% of the world's global population will have access in the next 3 years. And it's amazing. It's the fastest growing technology, and tablets and smartphones are the fastest growing technology in history. When you look at the number of people online, 40% of the world's population are already online. 2.3 billion in 2013. That number is going to go up to 2.9 billion by the end of this year. But here's where it gets exciting, that by the end of, by the end of 2016, it is predicted that there will be 7.6 billion people online within the next 5 years. It's exciting stuff. And more than 1.9 billion people in the world today are using social networks. So it's really, really exciting times that we're living in. But I'm very excited about the future, because not only do we face challenges with connectivity, but the next evolution of the internet is the Internet of Things, where never mind the tablets and the smartphones that you have connected, but imagine 50 billion devices being connected to the internet by the end of this decade. This brings tremendous challenges to the network operators to deliver, because the Internet of Things is going to happen. This $1.7 trillion industry that they're talking about is coming at us so fast, ladies and gentlemen, that we need to be prepared. The mobile networks need to be prepared to deliver the connectivity that's going to connect anything that can be connected will be connected to the internet. And I think this is going to be the underlying tone of connectivity in the next few years. So, without any further ado, we are going to rock and roll this MyBroadband Conference 2014. Just quickly, if you want to use the bathroom, they are situated at the back. If you hear a siren, which is an emergency siren, we're going to evacuate the room. This is just the evacuation procedure so that you will know what happens. Please, no pushing, no running. Take it nice and easy. Enjoy the conference. #MyBroadband. Before I go, one quick survey. I want to see who's on which mobile network in South Africa, okay? Who uses MTN? All right. Who uses Cell C? Right. Who's using Telkom as a mobile network? Wow, that's amazing. It's quite a sharp increase on last year. Who uses Vodacom? Right, clearly the majority of the room is using Vodacom. Who's happy with their mobile network? All right. Who is not happy with their mobile network? All right, we'll try and address those issues. There will be floating microphones around. But ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, it gives me great pleasure to welcome on stage a man whom I have a great deal of respect for. He's a veteran in the industry, very passionate about what he's doing in his work, driving this incredible corporation to new heights as far as I'm concerned. They've come a long way. Please join me in welcoming Telkom's COO, Dr. Brian Armstrong.
Dr. Brian Armstrong is Telkom's Group Chief Operating Officer and has over 25 years ICT experience. Prior to becoming Chief Operating Officer, Brian was the Managing Director of Telkom Business, where he developed and executed the business unit's turnaround strategy. Before joining Telkom, Brian was Vice President for Middle East and Africa at BT Global Services. With his 25 years experience, Brian has served in various positions including Director of the ICT Division at the CSIR and Managing Director of AST Networks. Brian has experience in numerous industries including ICT research and development, telecommunications, technology management, networking services, and outsourcing. Brian completed his BSc and MSc in engineering at the University of the Witwatersrand and obtained a PhD from the University College London in 1992. Please welcome Brian to the stage.
Morning, folks. It's really good to be here again. Sorry, I just need to put my stuff down. It's really good to be here again today to chat with you guys and to share with you a little bit about where Telkom's going and changes in our industry. Now, what I'll be talking about is primarily from a Telkom perspective. I think that's what you'd expect, that's what I know, but I hope that some of it has general industry relevance as well. What is certainly very relevant, I think, for all of us, is that times, they are a-changin'. Now, actually, I first put this slide together and I thought, who actually wrote that? And it was actually Bob Dylan, exactly 50 years ago, wrote the song, Times They Are A-Changin'. Now, I know 50 years ago is a long time. It's certainly before most of your times. I mean, hell, it's even before my time, and that's a long time ago. So it is quite old, but it's amazing how relevant it is still, and how our industry is changing, and how Telkom is changing. There have been quite a few opinion pieces around Telkom over the last few months, actually. And they point to a change which I think many of us had thought might never be possible in a company like Telkom. Duncan wrote a few weeks ago that this is not your parents' Telkom, speaking to the point that the stereotypes of the old, slow dinosaur are actually dying. This is not, many of us in this room are the parents. We have stereotypes of our industry, of our companies. This is not our parents' company. This is a changing company, and it's a changing company that can actually change the industry as well. And that's actually what this next point spoke to. We actually have the ability to do things differently. And we all know what needs to be done. Every company has a strategy, but we all know that executing strategy is actually what the hard thing is. And that article in the Financial Mail made the point that it's about doing the basics right. It's actually just about doing lots of small details correctly. Get back to basics, do that right, and we can move forward. But it is also about doing some bold things that can actually change the industry. And telecom does still have that potential in it when we really put our minds to it, to change the landscape in the South African market. And that's very much where we want to go. And I think we're starting to see this manifest itself in financial performance, in terms of revenues, in terms of profit. We're starting to see us come out of the dip. And I would be very hesitant, none of us in telecom would say we have turned the ship around. I think what we're saying is we are turning the ship around. We are actually making progress, and we're actually starting to build momentum towards really being a dynamic company which can change the South African market. And the share price has responded, which has been quite heartening for our shareholders, of course. But I guess the question all of you have is, amidst all this, where are we going with broadband? That is the topic of this conference, so where are we going with broadband? So I think from a telecom perspective, what we're saying is our goal is we want to be the market leader in the digital home and lifestyle. It's not, you'll notice this isn't about mobile, it's not about fixed, it's not about internet. It's about we want to be the market leader in the digital home and lifestyle. And in our view, to do that, we've got to do at least 5 things right. If we don't focus on the customer, if we don't deliver a superb customer experience, all the strategy in the world will not get us there. So it is absolutely about putting the customer first. Secondly, even if you've got great customer service, if you don't have products that meet the needs of customers wherever they are, that are competitive or market-leading products, you're not going to be able to lead in the digital home and lifestyle. And even if you've got both of those, if you've got great access technologies, if you actually connect that to an old clunky ISP that doesn't deliver the service that customers expect, you're not going to be able to lead in the digital home and lifestyle. And even if you've got that, it's one thing having a great pipe and a great portal, but what do you do with it? To lead in the digital home and lifestyle, you need a compelling content and value-added services proposition. And finally, even if you've got all of that, if you have a brand that is unloved, if you've got a brand that is seen as a dinosaur, you're not going to succeed in leading in the digital home and lifestyle. So let me unpack those 5 areas a little bit and talk to you about what we're doing and tell you a few things that are coming along the way. Let's firstly talk about customer experience. Now, I have shared this in some other forums, so I'm going to go pretty quickly over this bit. But what we've done in telecom is we have recognized that it's easy to say we're going to put the customer first, but then you never talk about it. You never measure how the customer feels. You never do any of the stuff. So what we've done is actually one of our central pillars of our strategy, but more importantly, one of the central pillars of what we do every day is actually putting the customer at the center of everything we do. So starting by how we measure. Every person in telecom has a scorecard now which is targeted on Net Promoter Score. Every person, from Sipho through his exco down to the rest of us. It's in our short-term incentives, it's in our long-term incentives. Measuring how the customer feels is absolutely critical. Every exco meeting, I've said this before, in fact, I apologize from our exco. As we stand here right now, our exco is having a meeting, and we start every exco with 30 minutes talking about customer experience and talking about customers. So they are talking about customers as I stand here. I think the other thing that we need to do is it doesn't just happen. Thinking about customers doesn't make things magically better. You need a conscious program to tackle things one step at a time to make things better. And we're driving it in 3 main areas about what is the value proposition that customers need to be happy, when they're using our products, what drives advocacy, and when things do go wrong, if they need to engage with us for some reason, what is the interaction experience? And we've done some primary research on this, and I mean, this is the results this is for broadband services, by the way, fixed broadband services. And what you see on this is, particularly not surprisingly, I guess, is price. The perceived value of your product is the most important driver of customer advocacy. The reliability of the connection is a huge driver of customer advocacy. The perceived speed, not necessarily the actual speed, but the perception of speed is a huge driver. And then responsiveness. When you need to get hold of your provider, how responsive are they in addressing your queries? These are the 4 key drivers. As you can see, there's lots of others, but these are the absolute drivers of customer advocacy. So we've put a program together looking at what we call 4 episodes. When customers want to explore and buy our products, how do we make it a more satisfying experience? Once they've bought them and want to get started, how do we make it quicker, hassle-free, more pleasant? How do they get started? When things go wrong and we need to fix a fault, how quickly can we do it? How easy is it? What is the experience in dealing with agents? And when people actually use our product, does the product deliver, so to speak, what's on the box? Does it deliver the performance and the functionality that they thought they bought? So we have a very focused program putting all of these together, and the indicators are certainly showing moves in the right direction, but there's a lot of work still to do. The second thing I said you need leading broadband products. You need products that meet customers' needs wherever they are. Now, let me talk a little bit about, I'm going to focus for now on what I'd call fixed residential broadband. Now, fixed can mean wireless, but in a residential location. What's interesting is we've done quite a lot of research on the market, and this is the number of addressable broadband households. On the left, 1.4 million today, addressable households, growing at 13% CAGR to reach almost 3 million by 2020. So that's quite a lot of growth. And the interesting thing, if you look at that, is that actually, as we all know, there's about 700,000 fixed broadband connections in South Africa at the moment. So the addressable households are about 50% penetrated, but that means that there's huge opportunity for growth, even in today's standards, but because the market's growing to 3 million, there's a lot of opportunity for all of us in the broadband market to actually grow with this market. But to do that, of course, we need the right products. Now, from our perspective, the right products, it's not just about talking about fiber, is that the right product? It's actually about understanding where does the customer want to use it, at home, on the go, or at work? What device do they want to use the internet or use broadband for? What is the broadband use case? And this is a particularly challenging one, as well as devices. Anybody who's brave enough to predict out 5 years' time exactly what devices will be available and what people will be using the internet for, I think is quite a brave person. But clearly, when we think about it now, we need to think, what is the device, what's the broadband use case? And then we think about the access technology. And you'll notice that XDSL and fiber to the home is a key part of at home and at work. And that wireless, in this case LTE, and we'll be talking a lot more about LTE, is the access technology from a wireless perspective. And then in designing the product set to meet that, I think where we're coming from maybe, and this is a bit of a change for telecom perhaps, is not to start with the technology to serve, but it's to start with the usage behavior. Where do you want to use it? What's the location? What device? What use case? And how much are you prepared to pay? And what's your ability to pay? Once we've figured that out, then put a value proposition together around speed and capacity, additional features and pricing, and then translate that into the technology to serve. And our product strategy then is saying, let's design products that capture a greater share of the household, obviously. Simplification is absolutely critical. Make sure that we have tiering between entry-level and premium products. Voice is a key issue for us, and it's how do we drive customers from voice to data. And then the speed and data cap. And what you've seen now in the products that we've just launched in our summer campaign really brings this together. You'll see ranging from basic to supreme. But the interesting thing about all of those, you'll notice they've all got a broadband component. They've all got a fixed voice component. They've all got a mobile voice component. They've all got a mobile data component. They all have some value-added services or content, and they all have some devices. This is symptomatic of our product positioning strategy going forwards. So we think with this, we can actually say we've got the right products, but it's not only about functionality and performance, of course, it's also about price. Are we delivering the value? And we believe that we are delivering value, that these represent great value propositions to our customers. Sorry, I've taken the colors out of the competitors to protect innocent parties. But we do think we're delivering good value. Now, this is about the product side, but I know you guys are all techs, so let's talk about access technology a bit. So as part of our plan is we doing a thorough review of what is the right thing in the customer premise, what is the last mile technology, what is the appropriate aggregation technology, what backhaul and transport do you need, and at the back end of what platforms and ISP architecture do you need. Let me focus now on the last mile piece, and I'll talk about the ISP a bit later. Our view of the market is that we're going to see a mix of technologies. It's not going to be one dominant technology in the next 5 years or so. I think an interesting thing about this graph is the vertical axis is usage, not speed. Because when we talk 3 or 4 or 5 years out, and you've got VDSL delivering 40 megabits per second, and fiber to the home delivering 100 megabits per second, and LTE advanced delivering 100 or 200 megabits per second, speed is not the primary driver of cost. Usage is actually going to be the primary driver of deployment cost. So what we believe is that fiber and VDSL will be the right technology in high-density metro areas where you have high-usage customers. Fixed wireless, LTE, and VDSL will be the right technology in medium density, medium usage, and LTE is going to be the critical technology, lower density, rapid deployment, and medium, and potentially high usage. What's also interesting, and we'll talk about this, is how the usage is growing. And if we look at that mix, you'll say, so roughly, how do you see the mix of those technologies? And it is a spectrum from fiber, which is the premium, best-in-class product, through XDSL, which you could call is our workhorse product, LTE, which is an absolutely critical product to provide pretty pervasive coverage. Satellite is going to be, we are stuck with satellite for deep rural for a while to come. And it's that mix, and we believe that it will be roughly in this proportion, that about 55% of the market will be covered by both NGN, which is VDSL, fiber to the home, and LTE, so there'll be choices. About 30%, 35% of the market will probably be covered by LTE only, and then there will be a small part, about 10 or 15%, which is DSL and 3G. That's roughly the mix that we see. And the challenge actually is, how do you do all of this together in a cost-effective way? Because to maintain 3 parallel infrastructures in a particular region is quite cost-effective. But at the same time, you can't go to people and say, all of you that want fiber, will you please move to that suburb? And all of you that want XDSL, please move to that suburb. Because, I mean, it would be chaos, of course. It's not going to happen. So it's about how do we actually run these parallel infrastructures in a cost-effective way. Now, we announced fairly recently that from December, and we're on track for this, that we're going to be deploying fiber to the home in 23 suburbs around South Africa, and that's on track. What now, in terms of the next evolution of our capability to bring that extra component to the mix, is the launch of LTE Advanced. LTE Advanced has a superior value proposition to LTE. It is more operationally efficient for operators to deploy and operate, and it's future-proof. So what we're announcing today is that in December we're launching LTE Advanced in 50 suburbs around the country. By March, there'll be about 50 of them online. Now, this is not an interest register. This is not running on, it's not a trial or a pilot. This is commercial launch starting in December. Amit will be talking to you later about what LTE Advanced can do. And it is a truly amazing technology. And it's a key part of our strategy going forward. So that brings me then to the third point. We believe we're on the right path with regard to customer experience. We believe we're on the right path with regard to the products that meet customers' needs wherever they are. The next, of course, is to have a great ISP. And we've done a lot of work on our ISP. And this industry, as I said, times there are changing. What we're seeing is this is fixed. Compound annual growth of 120% in our fixed internet traffic, 124%, 129%. But even at 100%, it means that your capacity doubles every 3.3 years or so. Sorry, not doubles. If it was just doubles, I mean, a lot of industries double every 3 or 4 years. How many industries grow by a factor of 10 every 3 years? Go by a factor of 100 every 6 years. That's the industry that we're in. So to make sure that we've got an ISP that keeps track with customers' needs, we've done a huge amount of work in our ISP, both in terms of the architecture and the technology undercarriage, which we've completely revamped, in terms of the customer experience improvement about how we enforce, not enforce is the wrong word, but how we give the best user experience to the majority of our customers, how we improve the assurance processes, better online self-help, and so on, but also the value proposition improvements, launching new products. So we're doing a lot of work to make sure that the internet is the right product. Which brings me to the fourth area, content and VAS. Now, what is true is that if you want to lead in the digital home, it's not just about providing the pipe and potentially the portal. You do need to provide some digital content, you need to provide maybe some home automation, and you need to provide other services, perhaps like e-learning. What is true, though, is that there's not a mass use case for very high-speed broadband other than video at the moment. Now, maybe in 5 years' time, some other use case will emerge. But at the moment, the use case that is driving adoption of very high-speed broadband is 3D TV, 4K TV, or multiple high-definition and simultaneous use with browsing and other things. So this is very much, why do you need a fiber to the home? It's if you want to do this stuff. So what's important for us to stimulate demand is actually to get the right strategy with regard to this. And what we've seen other operators around the world have gone down this path. And you'll know there's a whole lot of operators that you can see on the slide there. And you'll notice sometimes fairly modest speeds, 5 to 20 megabits per second, sometimes pretty impressive speeds, but IPTV is part of the overall bundle. And this doesn't only drive demand, but there's huge benefits with regard to churn reduction, customer lifetime value, and so on as well. So the question is, what should we do? And we have considered our options ranging from a very light touch, which is basically being a connectivity partner for content providers, where we basically focus on being a great pipe and portal provider, through to the other extreme, actually becoming a media player. Now, Aki mentioned to you today that today was going to be a day of some big announcements. This isn't one of them. But watch the space. In literally weeks rather than months, we will be announcing where we're going. What is important for us, and I know it's different for other players, what is important for us is not necessarily being first to market, because no one in this space is first to market, because we have a very competitive content provider in South Africa, of course. So it's not necessarily about being first to market. It's about being right to market. So we're making sure that, I was actually looking at the MyBroadband intro that we saw in about, 7 years ago, Telkom launched Telkom Media. Hopefully we can learn from the mistakes of the past. So we're thinking about this carefully, but watch the space in a few weeks' time. So that's about content. Let me then move on to the final piece of the puzzle. So we believe that we're on the right path with regard to customer service. We think we're moving forward and getting the right products and value propositions for customers. We're making a lot of progress getting an ISP that is up with the best of them. We are going to be talking to you soon about what we're doing in content and VAS. But you can have all of this, and if we still are seen in the wrong light from a brand perspective, it won't get us where we need to be. Now, what's actually interesting about brand is if you look at let's take mobile as an example, Telkom Mobile. And Terrifica do these annual benchmarks of all the products around the world in all countries, and this is the South African benchmarks, which was released about 2 months ago. They've got this complicated algorithm that they plug everybody's plans into and come out with market leaders. And you'll notice plans with phones, Telkom Mobile is by far the market leader in terms of objective definition of product or assessment of products. Plans without phones, we are very, very close second. So on average, we are the market leader in terms of products. If we look at the touch points, the touch point scorecard, now this is last year's Ask Africa survey, which looks at brand but also touch point performance, how customers perceive it. You'll notice the green is the best in class, red is worst in class. But if you look at channel, value chain, interaction, Telkom Mobile is best in class far more than anybody else. So in terms of the touch point scorecard, objective measures, Telkom Mobile fares very well. If you look at what drives customer satisfaction, what are the drivers of customer satisfaction? Reliability, responsiveness, assurance, empathy, tangibles. The bold font is the market leader. You'll notice again that Telkom Mobile, across all those categories, is the market leader. So according to independent assessments, we have the best product, we have the best service touch points, and we have the best drivers of customer satisfaction. And yet, when it comes to overall customer perception of Telkom, we come third. Not a very distant third, but we come third. And what explains this is brand. And we need to work very hard on our brand to actually position ourselves as market leaders. And the challenge with brand is we've always been about tomorrow. Telecom's always been about touch tomorrow, what could be, what could happen. But the reality of the world we live in is that what consumers want is that although the future seems exciting to us, we're actually far more interested in what we want now, what we can do now, what we can buy now, and how we can make lives better for ourselves now. So how do we bring this future brand aspiration together with the current needs of the customer? And that's where we've started positioning telecom is tomorrow starts today. We have to be looking forward. Telecom, it's important, I think, for the country to look forward. It's important for telecom to look forward, for any business to look forward. But it has to start, it's got to be real today. So how do we make tomorrow start today? And how do we bring this to life for our customers? So it is about rebirth and new beginnings, about a renewed focus and an exuberance for the future. It is also, though, about here and now. How do we make it real for people now? And we've got to keep it simple. So the genesis behind the campaign that you're now starting to see on TV is how do we get this through? And babies are quite popular in advertising at the moment, but they're fascinated by technology. And what's interesting is we all use these, I mean, in our talks, we always talk about how our kids or nieces and nephews are more comfortable swiping the pages of a tablet than they are looking at old paper magazines and so on. And they're really totally comfortable engaging with technology, and they're drawn to it. But imagine if they weren't just gaga messing around, if they actually knew what they were doing. Imagine if that power that kids can bring to the future, if we could bring that to life in tomorrow starting today. So, this is what
Welcome to my crib. Come on in. Gaming HQ. Thanks to Telkom Smart Home Broadband, my boys here are kicking butt all over the globe. Home cinema streaming Hollywood hits. Ladies love a rom-com. Why cry when you can Wi-Fi? Come on.
Who's a thirsty weedle bubba then?
Oh man, you're gonna edit that out, right?
So I'm sure all of you would agree that's not particularly telecom-like. It is a break from the past, and it is about positioning telecom for the future, because we are about positioning ourselves for the future. The billboard rendition of it is like that. So from our perspective, we know we've got a lot of work to do. We know we have a huge opportunity as a company and as an industry. We know that it's important as South Africa moves forward that we provide great broadband for an increasingly larger part of our population. But the one thing that we can absolutely say is times they are a-changing. And I was actually thinking, as I said, I didn't really know that song before this, but actually then I read the lyrics, and I think if there's a song that sums up our industry, written 50 years ago, listen to this. Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accept that soon you'll be drenched to the bone, for the times they are a-changing. Come writers and critics, and there's quite a few of you in this room, who prophesize with your pen, and keep your eyes wide, for the times they are a-changing. Come senators, congressmen, please heed the call. Don't stand in the doorway, don't block up the hall, for the times they are a-changing. So we need the right regulation to make this happen. And then come mothers and fathers throughout the land, and don't criticize what you can't understand. Your sons and daughters are beyond your command, for the times they are a-changing. This was written long before Generation Y was ever even thought of, before their parents were even born. And then there's a bit of a warning, I guess, for us in the industry. The slow one now will later be fast, and the first one now will later be last, for the times they are a-changing. So it's up to all of us, certainly from a telecom perspective. We know that if we don't keep up with the changes, we don't want to be the first that will become last. We intend to be first going forwards. Thanks to all the people in telecom who make that happen. Thanks to all our customers. It's great to be here. It's great to be part of this industry. Thank you very much.
Dr. Brian Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen, Brian, that was fantastic.
Thank you.
But you know, you mentioned fiber just now.
Yes.
Look how many people in this room. Who wants fiber? All right? Now, let's do the EFF thing, okay? We want fiber. We want fiber. Come on.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
If you don't ask loud enough, it's not going to happen. We want fiber.
Cool.
Yeah.
Move to one of our 23 suburbs. Is this
Thank you very much.
Is this fiber?
This is only open this on Friday.
This is moral fiber.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Brian Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, Lucky. Cheers.
You're probably wondering why I'm sitting, right? You're wondering why I'm sitting. I'm just testing something because I got something in my back pocket. I want to just check something over here. Cuck stories, man. These things don't bend. I just got hold of this one now. It's Mr. Stephen Ambrose's iPhone 6 Plus. Nifty little device. Very nice. Thanks very, very much for the present, Stephen. He's just come back from Japan. Brought it with him. Right. Interesting stuff indeed. Some very interesting insights into the industry, Dr. Brian Armstrong. Now let's move to another player. And this man is certainly a visionary in our industry, and he's done some amazing work and continues to do amazing work. I had dinner with him a couple of weeks ago, and I loved engaging with his mind and just seeing where the industry is going, what they've planned, and this is a big merger that's going to be happening. We're waiting for the Competition Commission to clear this, but you've all heard of the merger, the buyout of Vodacom with Neotel. But he's here in the room with us, the CEO of Neotel, Sunil Joshi. Come and join me on stage. Lovely to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Sunil Joshi.
Sunil Joshi is Neotel's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director and has over 2 decades of experience in the global IT and telecommunications industry. Prior to joining Neotel shareholder Tata Communications in 2007, he was based in New Zealand and Australia for over 12 years. Here, he worked in various capacities with IBM New Zealand, IBM Australia, and Telstra Clear. As head of business markets at Telstra Clear, he focused on sales, services, solutions, product development, and marketing for the business segment. Sunil holds an MBA and a postgraduate diploma in computer applications, together with a Bachelor of Science degree. Please welcome Sunil to the stage.
Morning, guys. It's a pleasure to be here, and congratulations, MyBroadband, for the 10th year, and it's awesome. A round of applause for MyBroadband, for making this happen. Woo! Thank you, Rudolph. And a huge round of applause for Brian. It's always good to go after him. Right, where do you go? Brian, where are you? All right. Morning, guys. I didn't realize my CV was going to be spat out there like that one, but it's indeed a pleasure to be here this morning. I don't want to talk a lot about Neotel. I do have a few slides on what we're going to do, but I'd like to take you out of this little conference and into the world that we are part of, and then start putting some pieces together to kind of get the jigsaw, create a picture of the world that we're in, and why broadband becomes so relevant, or why connectivity becomes so important, and it's just an enabler to do a lot of great things, to create new business models. So when we start looking at the world around us, it isn't just changing, Brian. It is change, and I didn't realize he was going to talk about it before me. But the change is breathtakingly faster. And the issue for us is what's happening right now. And to take the South African context, what's going to happen right now. And then what happens next after right now. And then where does Neotel fit in that context, in that picture? But when we start looking at the pace of change, right, and we say, in the early 1960s, we had the mainframes, which got then replaced by the mini computers, which then got taken over by the PCs, which then still hit the desktop. And then you started to see a little change happening with mobility coming in. Right? At that point, it wasn't man on, or woman, or gender neutral on computer. It was us to take advantage of something that we can carry with us and starts becoming a part of how we do things in our life, whether it's at work or at home, to then it changing into what we now call as wearable stuff. And that's starting to take a far greater shift in the way we start leading our lives, whether at work or at home, where ambient intelligence becomes more relevant. It's about devices getting to understand us. It is about computers starting to think like us, cognitive computing, and how that's taking shape. And I'll talk about that in some of the slides downstream. But the world is changing around us. And as Eric from Google pointed out, it isn't about all the technologies. They're very interesting. but you want to pick the technologies that are really going to start making a change in a much more magnificent and broader way to the way that lives are led in the world that we are part of. So what's happening right now? And I'll touch a little bit about that, today's world. What's going to be the right now, and then what right next? When we look at right now, we're in a world which is multitude devices, right? Aki talked about how many people have what kind of device, and I'm sure there still may be devices in this audience that may not have had a reference. But the multitude of devices, the smartphones, the ability for us to communicate to a device yay big or yay big, which no longer is restricted to a desk, is now real. And the amount of smartphones being shipped, anything between 1 billion now to 1.5 billion in 2017, that's the way that more and more tools are going to be made available to us to try to see how do we actually start doing things differently. In the same context, when we start looking at the impact, we saw Kodak, which is a conventional business that did its entire business model around photography, being taken over by changes on digitization, and how the Kodak as a company itself went into liquidation. We saw National Geographic looking at changing models where people used to take photographs on DSLR cameras, and this photograph taken from an iPhone 5S replaces the DSLR camera itself, and therefore giving a much more different context of how photographs are now, and stories are now presented in National Geographic, to coming up with the latest, and what's coming up in the future is Google and Google Glass. Has anybody in the audience got a Google Glass to try? Tried any? Aki, you got the 6, but I don't think we had the Google Glass yet. But that's going to start testing how the Google Glass will change the way we start operating and we start thinking, just in the way the wearable compute devices come on. In the music industry, the impact has been from the old gramophone. Anybody in the audience, well, this will test the age, that actually used the old the gramophone, the 78 RPM device? It's okay, it's not bad, right? But they were replaced by the quicker, better, faster vinyl at 33.5 RPMs, which then quickly were replaced by the cassettes, because we wanted to get more, the choice of which songs that we want to put on the cassettes, to then the cassettes get replaced by CDs. The CDs then get replaced by MP3 players. MP3 players were being brought primarily to have pirated songs downloaded from the internet as quickly as you can, to then us seeing that the MP3 players getting replaced by live streaming. In the first half of 2014, there have been 70 billion live streamed songs downloaded from the internet, live streams. Now, what we've seen in the last, in these 6 months relative to a year ago, the CD sales have declined 19%, and the downloads have declined by about 11%, 11.6%. So the dynamics in which the world wants to look at a simple thing as music is to say, I'd like the music to be played when I want it, where I want it, as I need. So what did that do to HMV? It challenged their business model. So for those people that are in a conventional business that has been there for ages, even telcos for that matter, how are we preparing ourselves for the advent of technology change, the drive in consumer behavior, the drive in the way changes are happening around us, to not have an impact of what happened to HMV, which went into liquidation and being bought out, and the debt being bought out by a venture capitalist firm. To then iTunes seeing almost having 7 million downloads a day in songs. And now Spotify and radio basically giving you music where you want it, as you want it, on the premise that it's always going to be available for you. That's the way the world is changing around us. On maps, we've always used in the conventional way. Remember those old books we used to have and figure out where did this new road come up, etc. We still find that in the Allendale off-ramp every now and then when it's not on the GPS. But that gave way to the TomToms, or the physical device that we would call as the personal navigation device, which quickly got overtaken by Waze, which was created by a community of people driving on roads and just helping each other out to say, which is congested, which is the alternate route, reroute my plan, and how do I get from A to B quicker, better, faster in an easier way, but allowing communities to input on editing of even maps on Waze, which is now getting changed to autonomous cars. We all heard about the Google car. Now, the Google car is a project that I think many of you may have heard about, but in the 9 odd months of its trial, there's only been one accident on the Google car so far, and that one accident was caused by human error. As that gets changed to how an autonomous car is now, we're moving conventional cars to hybrid cars to autonomous cars, which will force us to change the way we drive. You'll still want to put your foot on the gas at some point. And I think for those people that still want that, have that heavy foot, the Ferraris, et cetera, and the Porsches will still be around. But the courier business, I mean, the fastest way of communicating from A to B used to be the old pigeon that we talked about earlier. To now, it's moving from a horse to the courier businesses. But of recent past, we've also seen in Australia, Zookle, which has got an app that students download that they can order books through a drone, through Flirty. And that drone delivers you the book to the GPS location of your phone rather than any physical address. And Australia is the first country in the world to have legalized unmanned flights, which is still a challenge when you find drones and how drones are going to be used. And it also drones have a connotation around a not so safe environment, but in this case, it's about delivering books to the end constituent. The impact on computing, Aki talked about the iPhone 4, well, not 4, but 6. The iPhone 4 is faster than the world's fastest computer of 1975. And the iPhone 5S is 40 times faster than the first iPhone ever launched. And the iPhone 6 is 20 times faster than the iPhone 5. And then what's coming right next is what other devices are now becoming available that are intuitive, that are wearable, that allow you to communicate with the device for that device to almost tell you what you're doing. And to a point, if you allow it to, it'll tell you what to do next. But that's the kind of thing that's happening with devices around us. Beyond that, if you take it at an Africa level, there's a lot of projects on the way. So whether it's a project in Ethiopia around healthcare, online learning for healthcare extension workers, or it's a project in Kenya for DrumNet, which is creating an ecosystem of banks with smallhold farmers and retailers that are enabling them to be able to sell their produce at a quicker, better, faster, and a greater return, and the whole economics of payments and receipts happen at the back end electronically. To Malawi running a project around having communities learn how to use GIS systems to make sure that their communities are mapped in the global domain. I'm sure Vodacom will talk about M-Pesa when they come up. And in Mali, doing a teleradiology where 3 rural hospitals are connected to one main hospital over internet for exchange of x-rays. To Senegal, where there's a classroom project of 200 digital classrooms set up, allowing illiterate girls and women to educate themselves using a digital classroom. There's a lot that's happening through ICT or IT&T in the world around us. So what's going to happen after that? We have now bendable screens. The screen didn't bend when Aki sat on the iPhone 6, but we are in the first generation of the OLEDs. We are in the second generation of how a bendable screen will get formed. We are looking at sensors. Currently, in 2015, there's about a forecast of 6 billion sensors to be shipped around the world. And in 5 years, the 6 billion going to 200 billion sensors around the world. Imagine where those sensors could be deployed. Now, don't let your imagination stretch too far. But imagine what those sensors can do. And then, to combat one of the biggest issues we face is battery life. So how is the lithium-sulfur batteries that are now going to have 80x power and 10x more capacity, enabling us to have a lot longer life on our smartphones that we currently have? All of these things are creating the platform for what's going to come in the future. And for those who don't know what that logo is all about, that's about the IBM Watson. But the first attempt on engaging, I'm not sure how many people actually tried, you know, when we used to have the text-to-speech and speech-to-text thing about a decade ago, you had to speak into the mic for about 6 to 8 hours for it to recognize your accent and for it to actually get some level of accuracy on the text. Did anybody use that? People, yep, that was fun, wasn't it? We gave up after about the first 2 or 3 tries. But to now see Siri come up as a first example of you being able to communicate with the computer or in this case a device, and it to respond back to you, which actually started earlier with IBM Deep Blue that beat Garry Kasparov in a game of chess in 1997, to then have IBM Watson created, which is about 100 times faster than the Deep Blue, and then create a setup where in 2011, the IBM Watson actually beat the Jeopardy champions. It's all the dawn of cognitive computing and how a computer will start thinking like the human brain, how that computer itself will be able to guide and direct us in areas that we choose to a point, to allow them to. So what does that create for us? We talked about the Internet of Things. There's a lot of things just hanging off the Internet, whether it's a sensor, it's a device, or it's applications, or it's anything else. That then leads to the big data structure, which then says a lot of data coming at us from everywhere, which then says we need something to help us analyze some of that data and link that to the ability for cognitive computing and ambient intelligence to make a play. When these things come together, it starts making our simple life a little bit more complex and seeing how best can we use these technologies to better our own lives, to improve the way we do things and to improve the way we live. But the key thing at the center of all of this, what happens to our privacy and how do we actually deal with that privacy? So if you happen to be in a business that is getting affected by all of these changes, you may want to think about in a call center, does it then mean it's a computer that's going to answer the phones now? Or will a computer be able to tell you how you feel? Will a computer be able to diagnose exactly what's wrong with you and tell you what needs to be done? What else do you think that the ICT world, or the world of technology, while I've used the word computer loosely, what can it do for us? And how big is our game in the context of how we think our businesses and our approach in our life can take things through? So when we start looking at conventional business models, and I like to take this technology we have around us, is really starting to change. And I'd like to, how many in the audience have used Uber? Uber? What? Okay, so for those who use Uber, I think, and I do too, it's created employment in South Africa, right? And an employment of creating more drivers. Now, when you do download the app actually takes your GPS location and it shows where you are. And on that point, you select that I'd like to get a pickup of where I am, and then the car gets allocated to you. So you get the photo of the driver, the license number of the driver, the license plate, and how long will it take for the driver to get to your place to pick you up. But also, it gives you the star rating of the driver, of how the driver has been rated in terms of customer service experience, etc., by people before you. So the guy pulls up, he calls you, say, I'm here, you get into the car, and then you sit in the car, he says, is the temperature okay for the car? Can I offer you a bottle of water? And which radio station would you like to listen to? And all of these things you don't necessarily get in as an experience when you sit into a normal taxi or a car that takes you from A to B. And I must, disclaimer, I have no shareholding in Uber. And I do not have any interest in that business, except for the business model that's starting to change the conventional taxi industry. Then you have the example where in Germany they've put a temporary ban on Uber saying, well, you haven't really followed the rules and got through the process of licensing regimes, etc., and paying for those taxes. So let's think about how this changed business model will operate. But all it's doing is it's creating a level of convenience to people who want to go from A to B in a trusted source. And it's game-changing the way that the taxi or the transportation industry is viewing things. Now, if you take your mind to a context of it's a location-based service and it comes to you, then The Economist, I'm not going to go into detail on this one, but The Economist in the first week of August came out with a news article that says, well, location-based services are changing an age-old industry. I'm not sure if anybody read The Economist on that one, but they were referencing the sex industry and saying how a location-based, now you can let your imagination go wild a little. How does a location-based service get you to a point where you can use other services, whether it's a car or any other services that you need, that are then brought to you? Now, with that happening in the world around us and closer to home, as Neotel, we're an 8-year young business in South Africa. In August 2006, we started from nothing. We were 2 people, a laptop, and a spreadsheet in August 2006, and we were a startup. We still are. At the very outset, we'd like to thank our customers who have been awesome supporters, and we have tested their patience for the areas that things we have got wrong, but also the 1,000-odd that we have in Neotel. They're absolutely a brilliant bunch of people who are trying to make a difference in South Africa, because we believe in challenging the status quo in South Africa. We believe that making things simpler for a customer is critical for our own success. But most importantly, we are absolutely excited about the future, because the future is not today, right? The future is something we're building as of yesterday for tomorrow. Okay. In our context, I must say, I'm not trying to get any context of, leg up on Telkom in any shape or form. They are a formidable competitor, and we love working with them. Sorry about that slip. But one of the things we have always looked at is saying we need to innovate. We need to do things differently in South Africa to be able to demonstrate that we can game change the industry. And from the beginning to now, every year we've looked at saying, what do we do to create more value for our customers in our service level while still offering conventional services which are traditional in nature? So we were the first service provider to have launched a public telepresence room in Joburg, and we got one in Cape Town, and that's connected to 45 other rooms around the world. We're the first service provider in South Africa to have launched broadband on demand. I'll talk about that downstream. We're also the first in the portable landline and a few other things. But more importantly, our financial performance. Our last year, when we finished on 31st March 2014, our business grew 23% year on year on revenue on an industry that's growing 1.4%. So we're growing about 16 times the industry growth rate, albeit off a small base. And that's on the back of the product and services and the support we've got from our customers. But equally important, we continue to grow as a sustainable business. We turned PBT positive for the first time ever last year, and we're thankful for the support we've got from the entire market. But we also grew our business customers 28%, and we're level 3 BE business. So we're proudly compliant to South African laws and frameworks that we have to operate in. But most importantly, the products. I talked about broadband on demand. We launched a service which basically said you can on fiber have a 2 megabits per second broadband speed. But there are times when a business needs to, at month end, have those batch jobs that want to go from 2 to 4, or 2 to 5, or 10. You can boost your broadband by going to a portal, and it's provisioned immediately, and you can boost from 2 to 4 for 1 hour, and you'll only be billed or charged for that 1 hour. Now, today, what we'd like to say is, well, we don't think South Africa needs or should have anything less than a 2 megabits per second speed. So official today, we are discontinuing every product that has a speed outside of our CDMA service, because that's a technology limitation, but on fiber on our infrastructure, less than 2 megabits per second. So our starting speeds for South Africa on our fiber infrastructure will be 2 megabits per second or higher. The second thing we want to do is we are going to make not just broadband, but broadband over fiber and our own infrastructure more affordable. So you'll also see some elements of pricing announcements that we will make in the coming weeks. But just to give you a sense of where we're headed to, a 2 megabits per second on the speed broadband on fiber is going to cost about 1,600 Rand going forward, rather than its current price of about 3,050 Rand. And that's the change that we will bring to make broadband speeds more available, more accessible, and it's unshaped. So it'll allow the user experience to really take advantage of the infrastructure platform for you and your business and at your home. Look at how do you actually take advantage of those global business models that are changing and the apps around us. We took the broadband on demand concept, and then we're the first service provider to have launched a usage-based wide area network service right now, a layer 2, layer 3 service that is usage-based, allowing you to expand or shrink your wide area network as and when you want it as your business is operational, enabling your business to optimize your cost, as well as driving flexibility in the way you're implementing projects and other elements. We also rolled out a product called Jamvi. Now, we do believe that video and voice is the next big growth for customers. Earlier, it was just voice, video taking its shape in social networking, but voice and video taking a far greater role in how, within a business environment, people are able to collaborate and communicate. So one of the contexts, if I could have that, we have is we've got it's a simple app that you download, And we actually got somebody in Durban and somebody in Cape Town and somebody in the front dialed in into this iPad, and they're actually viewing this conference only for this moment, Rudolph, over Jamvi. So it's a voice and video as simple as a audio conferencing bridge that we have launched. Now, what we'd like to do is, if you'd like to try Jamvi, we have the little small Neotel booth outside. In case you missed the color, it's orange. If you drop your business card, and we will send you a free Jamvi ID trial for 2 weeks, try it out. What it'll give you is a taste of how video technology is becoming multi-platform. So theoretically, you could have 2 telepresence rooms, Joburg and Cape Town connected, a video conference room dialing in from Durban, and you could be at OR Tambo on public Wi-Fi on an iPad or an Android device, your phone, and you could dial into the same video bridge seamlessly in the same way as you're in audio conferencing. In this case, you'll get to see the people on the bridge, and therefore you'll be able to have a much greater people experience, and we'd love to share that technology with you, because we do believe, whether at home or your small business or in your large business, the technology that's now being made available, all it needs is a basic 3G service for you to use, and it could be any service. It doesn't have to be a Neotel service. We can ride on Telkom, pardon the pun, or Vodacom, or MTN, or Cell C, or even our own infrastructure. But what we're doing in Western Cape, and we were privileged to be associated with the Western Cape government in recent past around the provision of broadband services for Western Cape. So along with Western Cape government, CETA, and Neotel, in partnership, we'll be delivering broadband services to 2,000 buildings across the province over the next 1 year, and for a 10-year term. And what it means is that each one of those sites will have a starting point of 10 megabits per second. There's about 900 schools, a few hundred hospital clinics, and rest is government buildings. And each one of them will have 10 megabits per second speeds. By the end of phase 1, 90% of those sites will have 100 megabits per second speeds, and 10% of those sites will have 1 gigabit per second speeds or higher, with an option for each one of those sites to really take advantage of any speeds that they need. In closing, we thank our customers immensely for their support to us. As an 8-year young business in South Africa, we believe in game-changing the marketplace. We believe in challenging the status quo. And the passionate staff at Neotel are absolutely excited to be part of this journey. We are, as Aki said, at the kind of a crossroads of a transaction. And we're excited about the future, and we're going through the approval processes with respect to the transaction. And I think there's enough structures in place to ensure that the right decision for South Africa is made to enable more competition. But till then, Neotel is a real choice for South Africa, and thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you so much, Sunil. I'm going to ask you a tough question. When are you expecting to hear more about this deal?
I wish I could say any time now.
You're waiting for the Competition Commission, right?
Yes, so what we did, we submitted to the regulator middle of June, and we've submitted our application along with Vodacom with theirs in the middle of July.
Right.
And now we're going through the Q&A process, and they've also gone for public input as well.
Okay.
So we have to go through that process to ensure all inputs are taken in for the right outcome.
Cool. I tried that Jamvi service. It's pretty cool. So check it out. Download it for free. Just go there, and the code's up on the thing. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Give Sunil a round of applause, please. We've got a gift for you as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify what I said earlier, because some of you on Twitter said, no, we're 7.6 billion connected to the internet. How's that possible? It came out wrong. What I meant to say was that the world's population is going to reach 7.6 billion in the next 5 years, but 50% of that population will have internet access within that same period, which is quite a sharp increase when you consider at the moment that about 40% of the world's population has access to the internet. Right, let's move on. I must also remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that we've got fantastic prizes to give away, but for you to be part of that entry draw, you need to put your business cards in. So when you go through lunchtime and you're browsing around the different stands, you will see that there's place for you to put your business cards in. Make sure you put your business cards in there, and we'll be doing all those lucky draws as the morning progresses. I understand there's an issue with the Wi-Fi. We're looking into it. I think it's just overpopulated. There's just so many people connected, but they are making a plan. So thank you for your patience. In the meantime, you can use your 3G on your phone. Won't cost you that much. Keep those tweets coming in. Thanks, by the way. Give yourselves a round of applause, because MyBroadband is trending across the country. It's great. It's great. As Telkom was trending, and I see Telkom just sent out a release right now that they're going to be rolling out their LTE, the LTE Plus service. What is it called? LTE Advanced to various suburbs across the country by the end of the year. They're talking about 200 meg speeds, which is quite impressive. I think they might even have a tester over here. So let's move over to our next guest, who I'm sure is going to tell us more about that. Where's Amit Maharaj? Where is he? Is he right around? Yep. So he's the Telkom executive, and he's no stranger to the MyBroadband Conference. I think he's been speaking here for the last 3 times. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Telkom executive Amit Maharaj.
Amit Maharaj is the managing executive of networks at Telkom, and he has extensive experience in telecommunications and mobile networking. Prior to this appointment, Amit was the managing executive of Telkom Mobile, where he has been developing and executing Telkom's mobile strategy. Before joining Telkom, Amit was part of the startup team that successfully launched Vodacom Business. He was also the executive for Mobile Technical Solutions, another startup function which was created when Vodacom introduced high-speed data services to the market. Amit holds an engineering degree from the University of KwaZulu-Natal and an MBA from the same institution. Please welcome Amit to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good to be here again. I'm going to have to toggle between the stage and the computer because we've brought our own laptop on today to do the presentation. So I'm going to have to change the slides as I go along. Today's presentation is pretty much for the entire audience. So we're going to start with a little bit of where is the market going for those of you who are beginners in the broadband industry. And then we're going to get into the deep technical stuff that Brian has mentioned around carrier aggregation and LTE Advanced. So hang in there, it's going to be quite interesting. Okay, so let's start with some of the market trends. Where is the industry going? Last year, 11% of total data traffic in South Africa was carried by a mobile device. You know, the analysts at Cisco and more, you know, at all the different vendors and market researchers predict that it's going to be closer on to 32% by 2019. And that given the fact that IPTV is on its way, so, you know, largely driven by a fixed broadband connection, mobile broadband is here to stay and to grow. So how much data will be generated by 2018? 182.7 petabytes. So what does that mean to the man on the street? It means 46 million DVDs per month. Just think about that. To make it more granular, 504 million SMSs per second for an entire month. That's how much data is going to be moving through mobile networks by 2018. So that's about an 8-fold increase. And if you extrapolate that going further in the next 10 years, we still talk about the 1,000-fold increase in data in 10 years' time. So significant amount of capacity required going forward. Something that the Netflix CEO talked about. 4K and 8K TV will be true internet TV, the first true internet TV, meaning satellite broadcast is not going to be able to cope or deliver the bandwidth required for 4K TV. Now, in the world, in 2020, they predict that 40% of all TVs being shipped will be 4K enabled. Just to put into context what 4K TV is, 4K TV is basically 4 times more pixels on a screen than your normal HD format. So if you got 1080p TV now, it's 4 times that on the horizontal axis. So if you look at this, if you just look at the standard definition and HD TV, 4K will be 4 times more kind of bandwidth or 4 times more information sent to the TV to display the image in a clearer format. And then the follow-up on that is 8K TV, so 16 times more volume of data than your standard HD format needed. Now, let me talk a little bit about our LTE network and where we are today. As you know, we've deployed in 2013 April, we've launched commercially our full-blown LTE service on the 2300. We've now gone out and rolled out Wi-Fi as well as a HetNet, and all in order to cater for the capacity of 1,000 times. I think what's absolutely clear is in order to deliver on 1,000 times, you've got to make the most of or deliver the most spectral efficiency, the most bits per second per hertz in a coverage area. And the only way to do that is to use as much carrier aggregation as possible, so combining all various spectrum holdings that an operator might have, combine that to create a big highway. On top of that, you deploy MIMO, basically to get more spectral efficiency, you deploy MIMO, which is more antennas on a device. So the device is now able to receive 4 times the bit rate because there's 4 receive antennas, and subsequently 4 transmit antennas. So you're basically combining different channels on the highway and giving it to the customer. You also need more small cells and more mini cells. Small cells in our context would be things like Wi-Fi hotspots, atom cells from some of our vendors, tiny little cells to give you capacity in a given area. So the idea is to offload from the macro into a micro cell or a small cell to give the customer a better experience, almost coming down to a personal network to a user in some cases. That's how you get to this 1,000 times efficiency or capacity on a mobile network or wireless network. So our LTE today, we launched it in April last year at the beginning. If I have to compare just for 2014, LTE traffic on our network has grown to 14% of our total data in the network in literally just over a year and 3 or 4 months. That's significant growth. So there's already appetite for the device. There's an appetite for big data bundles. There's an appetite for faster speed, and we're seeing it in terms of the utilization on the network. Last year, we had 900 LTE sites at the last MyBroadband presentation. This year, we've upped that to 1,250 at the August. And by January next year, we plan to have 1,400 sites live across the 4 major metros. That is the northeastern or the northern region, which is your Pretoria region, Johannesburg region, KZN, and Cape Town. In terms of our Wi-Fi footprint, let me just put up all the information here. We have more than 3,000 sites live today, and that's offering a free offload using ePSIM authentication, meaning if you're a telecom user, you automatically hand over to this Wi-Fi hotspot, so fully integrated into our core network. We have more than 3,000 hotspots live, and our peak in terms of unique subscribers in a given month was 650,000 users using that Wi-Fi network in a given month. That's significant and also shows that the behavior of consumers out there is to try and find the best connection possible. And part of our multi-tier network strategy, we plan to provide that kind of capability for the user. So it's almost fit-for-purpose networks and not a network of one size fits all. And I'll talk a little bit about that now. We all know the mountain. Hopefully there's people from Cape Town down here. We're giving you some airtime. So the way we've deployed the network today, 2300, is not a ubiquitous coverage network. So it's close to ubiquitous. There are some spots in between, but it doesn't make sense for this kind of speed and this kind of capacity to make it a mobile technology. So again, talking about fit for purpose, we've carved out the 2300 and made it almost a fixed type broadband scenario. Now, the reason for doing that is from the usage from 3G and some of our subscriber segmentation, we see that there's a definite market for high speed, high data downloading, and a one-size-fits-all, meaning a smartphone that can do 100 megabits per second and then a dongle that can do 100 megabits per second is not going to work. And I see it in the forums all the time. I mean, every article that Rudolf or Jan post, someone's launched 200 megabits per second. The guys go, so what? Tomorrow, when 5 users get onto the cell, that 200 megabits per second is gone, and it's down to 20. So, the speed thing is like almost yesterday's news. Capacity and providing a good, reliable connection is what users want today. So, targeting specific residential or public areas where there is consumption, and we have our 3G network as a proxy to see where the big demand is. So where the big demand is for data, deploy a capacity network for that. The smartphone strategy can then follow an 3G or HSPA network, as well as the smartphone bands like your 1800 bands, where there's not a lot of capacity and not very high speeds that can be achieved. Okay, so that's the macro network design. What we've done, interestingly enough as well, is we've deployed a thing called an active outdoor antenna. So we have that in our sales toolbox. If you look carefully, instead of deploying another macro adjacent to the one to cover the spill-off areas like, let's say, in this part of the neighborhood, you can buy a passive antenna, and it increases the footprint of our coverage. So while you might not be in the sweet spot of coverage with the macro, it definitely extends the coverage to the following or the outlying residential areas from that cell. Further to that, places where there's events and like the V&A waterfront, etc., a small cell strategy where you want to gauge the demand. So it's not a case of just build this massive network and everyone will come. It's a case of almost fit-for-purpose networks. And that's the only way to get the future investment to fund the growth in the network. You can't, the days of building 8,000 macros and just hope people will come, it's not there. So you got to manage your CapEx and your cost per bit going forward. So what can you expect on our network? We did a few measurements. Our standard router that we have, the Huawei indoor unit, if you're within 1.7 kilometers from the cell, you can experience on average 42 megabits per second down, and a consistent experience. The device has a good antenna on it and very stable connection. If you move further away from the base station, 4.6 kilometers away with an indoor unit again, but this time with a passive outdoor antenna, 25 megabits per second. So pretty good speeds from the distances. What's very interesting, and what I talked to you about, the active antenna system, this is what we're finding out in the field. You can get 55 megabits per second at distances of about 5.4 kilometers from the site. So definitely increasing the range for the connectivity, and definitely providing a much more stable connection for the kind of huge downloads and good speeds that consumers want to experience today. So totally different from a smartphone network. If we just have to put that over Gallagher Estate and where we are today, again, active outdoor LTE antenna for much more improved connectivity and better speeds. And indoors, you can get by with a very reliable connection, the B593 that we have. So, and this is pretty much an operator's problem, not really the consumers, but what's keeping us up at night? You have video, you have social feeds that require speed, you have devices, and you have applications that require reliability. And it's a constant juggling of this two requirements. Because think about it, if you're sitting in the V&A, or if you're sitting in one of the housing apartments in the V&A waterfront, and you have a 3G connection today, and you're getting stable speeds of about 10 megabits per second, at night, when everyone with their smartphone converges at the waterfront, that migration into that area immediately lowers your speed and experience. And you often find complaints about that, where the speed is unreliable and unpredictable. And this kind of network design is catering for a much more stable experience. To further manage, every app, they talk about 700,000 OTT apps that will be available in about 3 years' time. 700,000. In order to manage the experience on almost every one of them, you need almost an atomic type network management tool, getting right down to a user level. Obviously, keeping in mind net neutrality and privacy information, but you got to manage it down to that level per subscriber. So a lot of work on the back end in terms of tools, analytics, and stuff that will have to happen. So Brian talked about LTE Advanced. Last year, we demonstrated 220 megabits per second outside at the conference. That was using carrier aggregation. So we took 2 of our 20 megahertz carriers, combined them, and we got those speeds. So in fact, what we're launching in December is exactly that service. So that service will be commercially live. The CP is being sent out to store as we speak, so it's a real service that's going to be available from towards the end of November, early December. If one has to look at where LTEA starts, anything over 100 megabits per second, and currently it's a theoretical maximum, but if we look at what was done with Nokia and SK Telecom recently, they achieved 3.78 gigabits per second. So this is just an indicator, but pretty much as you start moving into carrier aggregation and MIMO technologies, you're starting to move into the LTE space. So to kind of crystallize that further as well, there's multi-prong approach to LTE Advanced. One is to get to the 3 gigabits per second. One is carrier aggregation. So you take multiple carriers. So if you've got spectrum in the 900 range, in the 1800 range, 2100, 2300, you can now combine all of those into one big pipe. And the devices are being built to support that. So basically, you got a superhighway to enable much more bits per second. So carrier aggregation gives you bits per second. You then have MIMO. So MIMO puts in extra antennas on the base station to transmit and extra to receive. And the device that you have supports extra antennas for transmit and receive. So effectively, you're almost bonding transmission from the base station into your device. And that's where you get the MIMO, and that's how MIMO works. It starts from 2x2 all the way to 8x8 MIMO. Okay? And then when you build smaller networks, and not depending only on the macro network, you have small cells, you can put more capacity for a smaller user. So your bits per hertz per area increases, and therefore you can cater for much wider subscriber base at a much higher and reliable speed. So, again, I just want to stress, everyone talks about speed. Everyone in the forum say, speed cannot be relied on. You get overloaded. As soon as you get the cell overloaded, you got problems. Again, I want to say that the LTE network that we've designed, you're not going to get a lot of mobile traffic in and out. So your connection is going to be consistent. And I agree, it's not about speed, because if one has to look at today, if you look at the top corner,
course, everybody in the forums as well for many, many years. I remember meeting Rudolf when he was lecturing at UJ many years ago, and he's somebody that's really passionate about the fight of broadband in the country. So this next discussion is the one that really excites me a lot because it brings out the issues that concern us as well. And of course, you'll get a chance to ask a question as well. Keep those questions coming in on Twitter if you wish. MyBroadband is the hashtag if you want to ask any specific questions. But our next presentation, it's not a presentation, it's a panel discussion. And I'm going to ask Rudolf Muller to come on, the founder of MyBroadband.co.za. He's going to be joined by Jannie van Zyl, Gian Visser, and Jacques du Toit. I don't need to tell you about them because they are veterans in the industry. Please join me in welcoming them on stage.
MyBroadband editor Rudolf Muller will host this broadband panel and is joined by Jannie van Zyl, Gian Visser, and Jacques du Toit. Jannie van Zyl is the Executive Head of Innovation at Vodacom, where he is responsible for introducing new ideas and transformation into the business based on industry trends, best practices, and customer insights. Before taking up this position, Jannie was the Executive Head of Consumer Data at the mobile operator. Here, he developed and implemented Vodacom's consumer data strategy and products. Prior to joining Vodacom, Jannie was the Group CEO at iBurst. Gian Visser is the Chief Executive Officer at AfriHost, a company which he founded in the late 90s with a handful of friends. Gian is passionate about entrepreneurship and helping each client maximize their success on the internet. Jacques du Toit is Vox Telecom's Chief Executive Officer. With almost 20 years of experience in the telecoms industry, Jacques has successfully built and managed a number of organizations over the years, including Orion Telecom, South Africa's largest LCR business. Please welcome Rudolf, Jannie, Gian, and Jacques to the stage.
Jacques, thank you very much for joining me on the stage. Jacques, Gian, and Jannie, these three people that I respect tremendously, and all three very entrepreneurial. So it's wonderful. But before we start with the panel, I just want to thank a few people that made this conference possible. The first one, whatever you see here, is done by three ladies from MyBroadband, Cara, Juanita, and Simone. They handle everything. It's amazing what they can achieve. It has become such a great place for the industry to meet, for us to share information, make a few deals behind the scenes, I believe, is also happening here. So it really is great, and thank you very much to those three ladies. Then also thank you very much to the sponsors. This event is brought to all of us free of charge, and it's cost a surprising amount of money. Every time when I see the budget, I get a big fright. But luckily, our conference partners step in to help us to cover these costs. So a special thank you to Telkom, Neotel, and Vodacom. And in specific, Brian and Marla from Telkom, thank you very much. Sunil and Cindy Ann from Neotel. And Shamil, Graham, and Richard from Vodacom. Thank you very much for making this possible and for giving us this opportunity to share information. And isn't it wonderful just to have Aki again as the MC? He's simply the best MC in the country. Great hand of applause, please, to Aki Anastasio. Now back to what we're all here for, talking about broadband and seeing when I'm going to get my fiber to the home connection from Brian later this year, I hope. So, Jannie, maybe I'll start with you, sitting there on the end. Telkom is showing you up a bit, isn't it, with LTE? Vodacom launched it first, but are they going past you with LTE? What are you doing in that field?
Well, I think the important point is if you sit on 60 megahertz of unused spectrum, you better should do something with it. I'm glad Telkom is coming to the party and helping us out. Now, it's going well at Vodacom and LTE. We're aggressively rolling out. It's been reported in the press, I think, quite a few times about the massive investment we're doing in the network, 9 billion rand. That's probably close to the total number of all the other players in the industry putting into infrastructure at the moment. So we've got a big drive on LTE. We're growing the LTE network, LTE Advanced. You saw last week when we demonstrated that. And I think what's important when we demonstrated that, and I think you heard the demo on our live network, was that it wasn't a box the size of 2 telephone directories, but it was on a mobile handset. So it's mobile LTE Advanced. and we achieved speeds on a mobile device at 312 megabits per second. What turns out, what's quite interesting is the limiting factor now measuring the speed is the Ookla service. We had to engage with Ookla now to start working on their service to get their service faster because we can't test it. But think about it, 300 megabits per second on a mobile device. So it's like having a piece of fiber strung to your phone. Most people don't get that on fiber even, and we've got it in our mobile devices. So it's absolutely stunning. So the network is growing fast. We're rolling out LTE. We're rolling out 3G. We're doing a lot around small cell, fiber connect over the network, so there's a really, really big drive. We're already at over 10,000 base stations. That will grow. We've got over close to about 8,000 LTE 3G base stations, sorry. That's growing substantially, the LTE base stations as well. So there's a lot happening in the industry, and we're pushing. We're already the biggest and fastest network. I looked on speedindex.com this morning. We're by far the fastest network there, and we're already the biggest, and we're just going to get bigger and faster. So I think it's good news for Vodacom. There's no need for any turnaround strategy. We're well on track with our strategy of being the best and staying the best in the industry.
Thank you very much. Maybe anything regarding voice over LTE, where are you going with that?
So we turned on voice over LTE the other day, and we did some calls. As with a lot of these technologies, the networks are typically ready before the devices. So as soon as we got hold of the devices, we had that ability, and we demonstrated that. I've actually got one here. This is the new Samsung Alpha device that is a voice over LTE enabled device. And what I can do is I can make a quick phone call. About 2 years ago, when we first launched LTE, we did a circuit switch call over LTE, which was the only way to do it. And now we do proper voice over LTE. So I'm calling Amif. I hope you've got your phone on. Oh, I got the Amif's mailbox. Okay. So that was a voice over LTE call. Gianca, maybe look, it still says 4G there. I'm busy leaving a voice message for Amif. Yeah. So that's quite important. Voice over LTE is much more efficient in the spectrum usage. The call setup time is massive. I think a lot of you have learned this funny dual ringtone thing that we have for circuit switch fallback on normal LTE, where you sometimes think the call's not going to be answered. So the call setup is like a second or 2 seconds. The voice quality is much better. And it's just for next generation. And as the network rolls out, we will demonstrate more and more the capabilities of our LTE networks.
Jean, over to you. The big news this year for Afrios was definitely the acquisition of MTN. They took just over 50% of the company. The Afrios founders are all entrepreneurial. You've never had a boss, the way I understand it. All of a sudden, you have quite a big yellow boss. How is it working out for you? Is the partnership working out? Is it difficult for you to work under a corporate that maybe gives you some guidance or maybe some guidelines?
Well, first of all, let me just say that I've been married for 10 years, so I've had a boss for a long time. So I'm quite used to it. But seriously, though, it's been business as usual. At the moment, the deal has not been concluded. And so what's happening is it's still with the regulatory bodies, with the Competition Commission. Competition Tribunal is close to being finalized, but it's not yet finalized. So it's just business as usual at the moment. So we haven't really had any experience as of yet. However, having said that, I'm super excited to be working with the MTN guys. We've always traditionally had a great relationship with them. We've still got a great relationship with them. They've given us the go-ahead and said they want us to stay red, not change to yellow, stay red, keep doing what we're doing, and keep running the race that we've been running. So, our management team staying exactly the same, our entire team staying the same. And I truly believe they are also very excited about the entrepreneurial edge and the entrepreneurial flair that we'll hopefully bring to this industry and to the other product categories we might get involved in over the years to come.
Thank you. Jacques, over to you. Vox Telecom, curiously, is also looking for a big daddy to possibly acquire or partner with you. Can you maybe give us an update on that process?
Yeah, there's 2 answers. The short one is yes, and the long one is all the detail that goes with that. I think the process is about 60% of the way. Given what we know at this point in time and the potential partners, a lot of excitement going on. The objective is clearly to be a challenger to the incumbents, take on the old big daddies, be disruptive in the market. And we like what we're seeing. It's a bit of a mix between another set of private equity players as a potential acquirer, trade players, and one or two potential international investors. If all goes well, the deal should be concluded towards the end of the year, and then subject to the normal regulatory competition commission approval, etc.
Are you confident that a deal will happen? If you look at the partners now, would you say, if you're a betting man, would you say a deal will happen before the end of the year?
I think so. I think it's good for us. It's good for the potential partners that are looking. It's good for the industry. I think that will be one of the last consolidations that will take place, and it's a good time to do it.
Jannie, over to you. What we have seen in South Africa over the past year is a mass investment in Wi-Fi. There's even been some consolidation in the Wi-Fi market through Dimension Data recently, where they acquired some of MWeb Business's Wi-Fi assets and some of MWeb Business's assets. What is behind this Wi-Fi craze? Is it offloading? Is it something else that maybe some players don't see?
As funny as it sounds, I think that is actually the question the industry hasn't figured out yet, is what to do with Wi-Fi. But a few things are changing. Up to now, I think Wi-Fi was probably its own worst enemy. You had, I think it was in 2010, we spoke about it, and I said Wi-Fi is the new Wild West. You have all these gung-ho ISPs that put up Wi-Fi networks, and everyone tries to put bigger amplifiers on their Wi-Fi transmitters than anyone else. And it was a mess. It's an unregulated area. So the Wi-Fi didn't get a good reputation in South Africa and worldwide, actually, as well. But that's changing. We're seeing carrier grade coming into Wi-Fi. We're seeing good quality equipment. You're seeing equipment that can work well in building coverage, for example, in big shopping centers. So the equipment is getting there, so I think that's a big driver. The other one is a lot of the people out there that have some vested interest in giving value-added services like shopping centers and banks and so on are looking towards Wi-Fi. It's a simple entry into telecommunications. It's unregulated, so the costs are lower as well, and you can kind of like kick the tires and see what you can do with it. So I think that's what's happening as well. There's a demand coming from that side. There's also clearly a consumer demand. You know, every single device out there today is Wi-Fi enabled. There's an assumption that Wi-Fi must be free. That, by the way, is not sustainable. I'll make my not sustainable statement today. So that's not sustainable, and we'll talk about what will happen to that now. But we get that drive. So I think these things are coming together. But the fact that MWeb and Always On or IS actually merged now shows that the industry is also not quite sure what to do with this thing. So from a mobile operator perspective, offloading is clearly a requirement. We have a massive spectrum issue. Some of us don't have 60 megahertz of space spectrum, and we have to deal with what we've got, and we have to look at things like offloading. So offloading is a driver from the mobile operators and then from a lot of other people trying to enter the market. The problem for those guys is the MWebs and the ISs of the world is I don't think they're quite sure on how to monetize it. How do you actually make money out of this thing? You know, you guys out there just want free Wi-Fi. You want to build a network to supply some kind of demand. How do you monetize it? And I think that is the big question that the industry needs to figure out. I do believe we'll get back to paid Wi-Fi, just like we're slowly getting out of uncapped without the FAP ADSL. You know, these wheels need to turn. And what will happen probably in the next few years is that Wi-Fi will become a premium service and a paid-for service.
Jean, you guys have jumped into mobile last year, and there was mass uptake initially, great hype. You gave away so many free things. Everybody bought an Afros modem. Buy is now one way of saying getting it free is another. What are your plans in the Wi-Fi space? Do you have bigger plans? I say Wi-Fi in the mobile space. Do you have bigger plans in the mobile space? Are we going to see voice services from Afros in future?
Okay, so obviously mobile data is probably, well, arguably one of the most exciting places to be playing in at the moment. And you know, if you take, after 9 years, we were just a hosting company. 5 years later, we launched DSL, and within a year, our DSL clients outnumbered our hosting clients, and it's been very similar with mobile. You know, within a year, our mobile client base equals our DSL base. And the thing about mobile is that there's an insatiable appetite at the moment. And at the moment, you know, pricing hasn't, I mean, it's come down dramatically in the last few years, but it's not at a point yet where, you know, supply is outstripping demand. So So if you look at all of the studies out there, both in South Africa, internationally, mobile usage is just climbing and climbing and climbing. And as new technologies become available, new interesting businesses are launched that make use of that mobile data, more and more mobile data is going to be used. That's an absolute no-brainer. So I think what we've seen at the moment is literally just, you know, the tip of the iceberg. And we obviously want to be on there and have a little corner of the iceberg for ourselves, you know. So mobile data is massive in the future for us. Are we going to get into voice? Obviously, that's a place that we've been talking about. We'd love to get into voice. All of our, you know, if you look at all of our clients, voice would close the circle completely for them. And I believe we could do some really interesting things in the voice space.
So no answer, yes or no?
No answer, yes or no.
Jacques, changing a bit from data to voice, speaking voice is where it's at, although the mobile providers are sitting with over-the-top players, WhatsApp and the like, that launch voice services. You've been a big player in the least cost routing market. We've just had an announcement of falling termination rates again, the latest termination rates dropping to 13 cents per minute. Is there still a space for least cost routing in South Africa?
I think for the last 10 years we've been debating, is least cost routing dead? I cannot tell you how many interviews I've had, and we've managed to survive for the last 10 years, and I believe we will survive for the next 10 years going forward. Least cost routing will always have a place. It's the technology that sits behind that. Right now, we've converted, I would guess, 70% of our old traditional GSM-based voice customers to voice over IP. We are still growing the traditional GSM base at roughly 1 million minutes a month. So voice is growing in our business. You need to find the customer. You need to differentiate yourself in terms of the quality of the service, the clarity, the rate that you provide. And we followed the drop in interconnect. As the input costs have come down, we've managed to pass that on to the customer. So we're not making less absolute margin. And we will happily follow that all the way down. Countries, if you follow international trends where there's zero interconnect, you find a different kind of billing methodology being used. Some customers might be paying for an incoming call together with his outgoing call. And there's typically roughly a 10-15 cents margin still to be made in countries where there's a zero interconnect. So least cost routing will survive for a long time. The bigger operators have got a lot of revenue to protect. They're not going to go from 113 or 107 to 15 cents. It won't happen. So I guess there's another 5 to 10 years of least cost routing space still ready for us.
And you've obviously moved a lot of your clients from, as you say, from GSM, you moved them over to voice over IP services. Is the quality improving? Is there still an issue that people all know about, calls breaking up from a call center and so forth? Are these bugs being
quality is improving? I think you do take a risk to try and run a voice over IP on a DSL or any form of contended broadband service. We prefer to still put that straight over GSM. And there's many areas where you can't find fiber. You don't have access to something like VDSL. So you're forced to go with the old traditional service like GSM.
Yanni, back to you. The mobile operators are often blamed for being closed. Firstly, with local loop unbundling is discussed. You guys are nowhere to be found except for pointing fingers at Telkom. On the wholesale services, Telkom has got a relatively competitive service called IP Connect to provide wholesale ISPs with access to their network. Where are we going with seeing strong mobile, or will we see proper mobile wholesale services, guys, that Africa can use, or are you going to keep your network to yourself rather? Is it a better business?
Is this on? Here we go. So it's been a topic I think that's been discussed for a while now, and there are models being built, and we are looking at it, and I think it is in the industry, and there is some regulatory pressure as well. So it definitely is something that we're working on, but as of today, I don't have any specific details that I can give you on that, but we are working on some stuff.
And when we talk wireless local loop unbundling, I know there's a debate to say it's already been done through MVNOs.
Yes.
Wireless local loop unbundling, is it something that's silly to discuss, or is it relevant in our market?
It's a bit of a strange concept. If I go to my house and I look at my ADSL line, I can see where it ends in my home and I can see where it ends at the exchange, and I can understand what a local loop is. I've never been able to understand the concept of a wireless local loop. You know, where's Yanni's spectrum? Where's the spectrum that goes from this thing to there? How do I unbundle that? How do I unbundle that link? And what if I'm in Cape Town tomorrow morning? Where's that link then? So there is no local loop in wireless. It by definition can't exist in the technology. So you have to do something else to allow other people onto the network. And you unfortunately have to go very deep into the core of the network before I can identify Rudolph or Gian and say, I know this user and I can attach him to the services that he wants to be attached to. And that pretty much, as you say, is the MVNO model.
Jean, over to you. You guys have always pushed the limit with pricing. When you came into ADSL, the prevailing rate was somewhere between 50 and 70 rands per gigabyte. You came in at 29 rands per gigabyte. Everybody was saying it's unsustainable. And now we see where the prices sit. And when you came into mobile, it was, curiously enough, again, 29 rands per gigabyte, way below anybody else. So a very simple question. Are you making money on these products?
So, first of all, we're a business. And we've been around for 14 years. Over this time, we've never had any cash injections. You know, we're entrepreneurs to the core, and we have to make money. If we didn't make money, we wouldn't still be around. So overall, are we making money? Absolutely. However, in specific launches, specific product categories, do we always make money? Definitely not. Our vision has always been to, in the short to medium term, well, it's not that we want to lose money, but we know we're going to lose money in order to increase market share and get clients back. But the bottom line, I mean, our not-so-secret plan has always been all about tiny margins on per incremental gig, but massive volumes. You know, we'd much rather have a client who's using 200 gigs of ADSL data, and we make a tiny, tiny margin on each incremental one of those 200 gigs, than one client who's using 1 gig, and we're making a massive margin over him. I mean, in that case, for example, we could make 100 times less margin per gig and still make double the money on that individual client. And that's kind of always been our thinking. And on top of that, that particular client who's getting his 200 gigs is a much happier client than the client who's getting the 1 gig. He's much more invested in our services. He's enjoying the internet more. The internet is truly a joyful experience for him. So we've always been about trying to build up our volumes as quickly as possible, which puts us in a position where we're able to hopefully get volume breaks, volume discounts, that we can then pass on to our clients. So do we make money overall? Yes, that's the short answer. Do we make money on everything we do? Absolutely not.
Jacques, you guys jumped into the ADSL market years and years ago. If I'm not mistaken, Vox Telecom was the first to launch uncapped, and you burned your fingers badly in the old days. I'm sure your first uptake guys just killed the lines. And you were fairly quiet, but until Vox FatPipe, and all of a sudden you became very prominent in the market. Many people are using your service. I'm sure the uptake is enormous. What makes it so successful? What makes it attractive to people?
So I think in a competitive market like we face today, you can't just be a me too. So you've got to take your time, find out what everybody else is doing, and there's really four differentiators for us. The first one is we're fortunate if we look at the Vox customer base, it ranges from your top-end enterprises customers all the way to the consumers, which effectively means in the daytime, our corporate customers are using most of the bandwidth, and at night, there's a bit of a reverse. So they slow down, and we free up that entire network for our consumer base, which is typically our FatPipe customer. The second thing is we do not in any way mix capped and uncapped traffic on the same network. It's two separate networks. We run our FatPipe customers on an uncontended capped network. So you get a superior service compared to what you would get when you mix the two traffic types. Thirdly, I agree with Jan, the size of the bundle. It's very important. I mean, customers got given, I think the smallest bundle is a 555 in the day and 50 at night. That's where it starts, and then it goes up all the way. And then lastly, we're the only service provider right now that gives you unlimited rollover. So most of our competitors out there, whatever you haven't used at the end of the month will disappear. We will continue or allow you to roll that over, and that bundle will just keep on building and building. And I think if you had only one of those differentiators, it would have been a very difficult decision for the customer to make, especially with the different price points out there. But you look at the four and you say this is really a value offering.
Thank you very much, Jacques. Yanni, over to you. Maybe shift a bit to the smartphone market. You're very knowledgeable. You head of innovation at Vodacom on this field. What changes are you expecting to see? We saw a decline, not a decline, but certainly a decline in market share of iPhone or iOS devices with Android starting to take over. With the iPhone 6, do you expect this trend to be reversed? Do you expect Windows Phone to come in? What would you say we'll see?
You know, any launch of an iPhone is a big event. And I think to the MyBroadband reader base, it's often a non-event because of a strong Android support. I don't know if you saw those posts going around on Facebook after the iPhone 6 launch that said, you know, iPhone 6 users, if you have any issues with your new features, ask the Android guys, they've had it for 4 years. And that's quite true, but one thing that iPhone does, it brings it to the attention of the general market. And the iPhone 6 is pretty innovative. There are a couple of things in it. It comes out standard with VoLTE, voice over LTE. It comes out standard with voice over Wi-Fi. I actually wanted to demo that today, not on iPhone 6, but we battled with the Wi-Fi. And then something like payment, like NFC. So now the iPhone 6 has got NFC, you know, at long last, but it will actually be the catalyst that will drive people to take notice of mobile payments. You know, if a religion that's Apple is endorsing mobile payments, maybe I can use it now, and we will see people starting to use it. So, I don't think iPhone 6 will grow radically in terms of market share because, or Apple, because of our iPhone 6 in South Africa, but they will maintain, and there still is a strong base. We have to understand that Android is also changing, though. By going into the bottom end of a market and by beginning to face competition, and through the sheer number of manufacturers and handsets out there, they have market dominance on our network as well. You know, they are by far the dominant device. iPad's still bigger than Android tablets because there's no real, I think, competition there at the moment. But even Android will have to go the Apple route. We will have to see that Google takes control of Android and start closing it in again and bring it back into the ecosystem. It's something that we've been talking about for a while, and I called it unsustainable in the past as well. But the reality is that Android will fragment itself to death if Google doesn't take control, and we see now Google is beginning to do it. On the new OSs in TVs and cars and so on, they are not allowing any skinning, any ROMing of those operating systems, and that will be the first step. They will eventually take control over the handset. If you look at the power that was BlackBerry and that's Apple today, it's because they control the complete handset, the hardware and the software. So Android will have to go that way, you know, and I know it goes against our nature to talk about open, but that is the future, I think, for Android. Windows Mobile is picking up nicely. I think Microsoft has long last decided that the world is not just a desktop, so we're seeing a big pickup there. And BlackBerry is battling. In South Africa, we're still doing well with BlackBerry because of Biz and the old OS 7. But I think the new operating systems is a problem. But Sunil actually put up some interesting slides, and the future clearly is wearable technology. We want the biggest piece of real estate we can carry around, or at least that we can look at, but as small as possible to carry around. So the concept of carrying a cell phone or carrying a tablet is actually alien to us as humans, because I would love to carry a screen this size, but I want to fit it in my pocket. So wearables where you've got direct projection is definitely the future. But in the short term, people will try and carry the biggest smartphone that they can with hopefully the longest battery life.
Thanks. John, we've seen that the hall has many senior telecom executives here, and you guys are big players in the ADSL market. You've come from basically a hosting company, you became a very large ADSL retailer. What do you want from telecom to make it easier and cheaper for you to offer ADSL to consumers?
So I think, bottom line, look, I understand a lot of investment has gone into the ADSL network, and I admire Telkom for what they've done in the industry. However, I truly believe it still costs an ADSL user too much before they've even moved one single byte of data. Before they even get their first email or they've downloaded their first... Before you know they've downloaded their first Facebook page or anything, they're already paying on their ADSL line access costs, on their voice rental costs. Even the smallest package, more than $300. Now, if you look at mobile, for example, one of our mobile packages, you can get 10 gigs of data. You could have moved 10 gigs of data already for that 300 Rand before you get anywhere. So, I mean, what I'd like to see, and I'm sure what the whole industry would like to see, and this hasn't been a secret. We've made this clear over the time, but definitely naked DSL being an option, you know, taking away that voice line rental. I personally haven't used my voice line for a call for, I don't know how many years. Probably many of you are the same here. So naked DSL option would be amazing. Also, I think if Telkom focus more on making the money out of their data allocations out of IPC, we know they make a fair amount of money there as well. If they just had one set fee for the line ADSL rental components, no matter what your speed was, I don't think you know, their profit center should be in the amount of data that's being moved. And hopefully they should make money there, as opposed to having the kind of different levels of speeds, line rental speed. So one line rental access speed would be fantastic. And then obviously looking at the IPC cost, if we could bring that down. You know, if we look at our overall costs in terms of our DSL usage, IPC is still by far the majority of that cost in terms of the data, in terms of what we pay.
Thanks, Jean. Jacques, you play in exactly the same space. Do you agree with Jean? Should they do away with tiered pricing on speed, and should they give you guys naked ADSL?
I agree with the naked ADSL. I think we also need to speed up the rollout of DSL and specifically VDSL services. We've seen there's a direct link between the speed of the line and the data consumption. So we're happy to make far less on incremental data, but let's push more traffic through. But currently, our country is limited in terms of the access they've got. So we can't service the guys in Pongola in the same way we do in the city centers, Sandton, etc., etc.
So you would agree, give the guy as much speed as possible and make the money on the data that you sell. Kind of Vodacom's
if you
model.
take that together with a convergence of voice, data, video, all of that, you do need the speed. You do need the throughput to give the customer a satisfactory experience.
Sure. And then maybe just a bit more about a Vox-specific product, a product that's been very popular in businesses is your bonding solutions. You guys took 5 or even more 4 meg ADSL lines, you bond it together, give somebody a 20 megabits per second solution, or even a few 10 meg lines and give them a 40 or 50 meg solution. Is the need for bonded ADSL falling away with Telkom launching VDSL and later fiber to the home and fiber to the business at affordable rates?
Rolf, I think the first thing to understand, it's not just the ADSL bonder or DSL bonder. It's an enabler of multiple access technologies that we can bond. So we can bond 3G, ADSL, a DigiNet link if it needs to be. Secondly, the entire country is not covered by VDSL. So just purely due to that fact, there's still room for our bonding technology. It has slowed down, but we see the uptake in the outlying areas.
Are people using this bonding technology? Is it a normal failover technology? Can I have a wireless solution plugged into your router with 3 ADSL lines? If ADSL goes down in the area, it will immediately switch over to your wireless solution?
Or when you bond different access technologies, obviously the one that fails, the others will stay up, hopefully will stay up. So secondary, it gives you a failover opportunity.
Thanks. Yanni, you've spoken a bit about BlackBerry in South Africa. There seems to be somewhat of a comeback. With the Passport, I sold 200,000 devices in, I think, the first 3 days, if I'm not mistaken. It was at least shortly after launch. Many people have said BlackBerry is back. Is this the case? Do you think BlackBerry will make a strong return in the corporate market and possibly in the consumer market?
Maybe I can do a Aki and ask how many of you guys remember Novell with their Netware product from about 20 years ago? And I was thinking about Netware when I thought about BlackBerry. At one point, it was so dominant, you couldn't think that it could ever be displaced. But Sunil showed us a couple of great examples of how disruptive technology comes along and kill you. And you normally never recover from that. And that's unfortunately what happened to BlackBerry. So my view, of course, it's my personal view, is that I don't think this will work for them in the handset space. I think it's a little bit too late, and even if it's a great device, and just as we spoke about Android earlier, a great device doesn't mean a market uptake. It's an interesting device, and you probably saw a big surge in uptake from the die-hard BlackBerry fans. And make no mistake, the operating system, BB10, is a stunning operating system. So what will happen with BlackBerry? I think they will become more and more a niche player in specific areas. They've got QNX, which I think is a big thing for them. With all the drive into computing in embedded systems, I think they will have a big play there. And then I think they will stay in the corporate space, but very much as a security and a mobility type of specialist. They've been good at that. They've got a reputation there. They understand security. They understand the corporate mentality. And they've got capabilities to build around there. On the handset side, I don't see a big future in that. And also, then we've got a couple of patents, but I would see in the next 5 years that they've got a specialist QNX division and a specialist enterprise mobility division, and maybe with some support of the handsets.
Thank you. Jean, you guys are obviously looking at fiber to the home. You've got ADSL covered, you've obviously got VDSL products, you've got mobile covered. Fiber to the home is a logical next step. We are going to see Vodacom has just launched a new fiber to the home or fiber to the business products. I believe they're going to install my fiber to the home soon, I hope, Yanni. But they're also getting into fiber to the home. Everybody's getting there. That is the future. How do you see fiber to the home in South Africa, and are you guys going to play in that space?
So for me, without question, fiber to the home is probably the best, purest form of internet connectivity that somebody could enjoy. Anybody here who is fortunate enough to have a fiber connection to their home at a great speed knows how amazing it can be overall in terms of stability and speed. So does it have a future in South Africa? Absolutely. I mean, everybody wants it. We heard earlier with Aki, everybody was cheering. We had an EFF earlier, and so it's definitely got a future. Obviously, the challenges have been well documented within the South African space in terms of, the geography of our suburbs as they stand. Getting that the last tail into the client can be seen to be expensive when compared to ADSL. ADSL, there's still a level of stability and speed and definitely affordability when compared to the fiber products out there. So I think for it to become a massively utilized offering, an entire neighborhood or suburb needs to get behind it. We've seen it happening, and I believe in that case it can definitely work. We've seen Telkom have come out with 23 odd suburbs where they're offering it to. MTN are offering fiber to the home solutions. You mentioned Vodacom. Will we be involved in it? Absolutely. I mean, our slogan is pure internet joy, and what we try and do is our traditional take on a market is when a technology is starting to mature and getting to that point is we try and get in there and deliver an awesome experience in a great way to clients. So do we want to be involved in it? Absolutely. It's the most amazing product, so we want to offer it.
Yeah. Yanni, maybe you shook your head there, but with the fiber to the home, can you maybe just give an update of where you stand with fiber to the home trials and what challenges are there to provide fiber to the home in South Africa?
So I think some of the previous speakers alluded to it, and Gian actually just now as well. And when Brian put up a slide, he said there's a market for fixed connectivity to the home of 1.4 million. Currently, he said there's about 700,000 DSL lines. I thought it was slightly more than that, but it's less than 1 million DSL lines out there, of which probably what percentage goes into homes or what percentage into businesses, maybe 50-50. So it's actually a small market. So we're looking at a market that's 50% saturated, but with an upside of a few 100,000. That's for total connectivity, and the dominant component there will still be copper. Just as a comparison on your, a larger market share of maybe smaller numbers, on our network, we had 18 million active data subscribers last month. 18 million people, unique people that use our network. I think MTN, the last numbers I saw from them was about 14 million. So the numbers are staggeringly different. So there is a place for fixed and there is a place for fiber, but it'll be very much a niche market. It's not going to flood the network, and the biggest problem is you need to get the stuff into the ground. So that is the challenge. So that's why we went from a process of building our national backbones to our local networks, to our regional networks. We connected up our base stations. Then when we went to business parks, and now we're going into gated communities because at least you can identify the areas. So it will work, and that process will follow. The uptake will be, tens of thousands. It won't be millions in South Africa. And it will be expensive initially. There's some price expectations being set currently, which is, I think, just outright silly. The typical endpoint cost is probably exceeding or in the region of about 20,000 Rand to put a fiber endpoint down into a home with a CP and so on. So it's still going to be an expensive service. It's going to be a niche service. You ask everyone, do you want fiber to the home? We all put up our hands, and you ask, are you willing to pay 1,500 Rand? And all those hands disappear. Because it is a very unique service. And then the big thing that's going to drive it is not internet connectivity. It's the services you're going to run across it, and where are those? So slowly we're beginning to see those come. And this is the typical chicken egg situation. The video services needed infrastructure to launch, but the infrastructure guys need a reason to build infrastructure. And those are slowly coming together now. So we're slowly seeing this thing turning, and fiber will becoming active in the space as well, as you know. And so is everyone else. So slowly the thing will roll out, but don't expect to have fiber to every house, you know, in the next couple of years.
And Jacques, just before we close, you guys have been fairly quiet on the mobile front. Do you have big mobile plans to play in?
Watch the space.
I'm watching it. Jacques, can you maybe tell me, give us a little bit? Nobody will know. We'll keep it in this hall.
No, definitely there's an intent to get into that space. I think, again, we can be very disruptive in a mature market because we don't have a massive revenue stream to protect. Starting off with the data, moving into the voice. Voice will be more of a reseller type agreement, but I think the disruption, or I know the disruption will take place in the data environment.
Thanks. And just to close the panel, just a quick answer, not a long answer. What internet connection do you have at home? Yanni?
I've got a 100 meg microwave connection.
Uncapped, I assume.
Uncapped.
Jean?
I've got a 20 megabit fiber connection.
64K dial-up.
I assume you buy from Box for 245 a month. Is that right, Jacques?
I've got a 40 meg VDSL.
Wonderful. Jacques, Jean, Yanni, thank you very much for joining us on the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe just to reiterate what Aki said previously, at every stall, there's a little box for business cards. There will be a massive prize draw after lunch. So please go to the stalls, ask them for information, and drop your business card in the box. As I said, every stall has an individual box that you can drop your card in. I hand over to Aki.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Please be back here in around about 40 minutes. As I mentioned, we've got some great prizes. Put those business cards in those lucky draw. And we've got some panel discussions. We've got the CEO of Vodacom coming in after lunch as well, plus many more discussions around broadband, where the future of connectivity is in South Africa. We hope you've enjoyed the morning at MyBroadband. We'll see you back here in 40 minutes. Enjoy lunch, and don't forget to enter your business cards into the draw. Thank you.
The last decade, the MyBroadband Conference attracted some of the most influential telecommunications executives in South Africa. We caught up with some of them to find out what their highlights were over the last 10 years and how they see the industry.
I'm currently busy with an internet startup company. It's quite innovative and we're getting to meet a lot of interesting people around the world. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm also sitting on a couple of boards, one of them being Dark Fiber Africa, and I'm quite happy to be associated with them. It's quite different from running a big telecommunications company. You don't have to worry about the slow pace of change and the lack of innovation that sometimes happen, and you definitely don't have to worry about the change in the regulations all the time. Yes, I do follow the industry quite a bit. Obviously, look at MyBroadband daily and watching all the breaking news on MyBroadband. Also, my association with Dark Fiber Africa keeps me up to breast what's happening in the larger industry. Well, the biggest highlight, of course, I have to say, has to be the launch of uncapped internet access. That, together with the arrival of Seacom on the continent, has made a huge difference in the market. And then privately owned fiber networks, I think, has contributed a lot to the industry and how corporates and residential users actually use the internet. To improve the broadband market in South Africa for the consumer, the best thing that can happen is to offer uncapped internet access in an unshaped manner. And there, I think, if one can actually do it over fiber to the home, that would be the best of all worlds for the consumer. Hope everybody have a good time, and I'm sure it's going to be as informative as usual.
So I work at Remgro. Remgro's got investments in various sectors, ranging from healthcare, finance, infrastructure, telecommunications. So I'm no longer involved in the day-to-day running of a business. I'm representing Remgro on the boards of many of these organizations, and I have more time to strategically look at things, look more into the future, and hopefully that in that way still make a difference to the country and the economy. And also get to live in Cape Town, and I enjoy my running, did the 2 Oceans this year, also still enjoy my cycling. Yeah, so Remgro has investments in the telecommunications sector, Seacom and DFA, Dark Fiber Africa, and I represent Remgro on the boards of these 2 organizations. So in that way, even though I'm not involved in the day-to-day running, I still represent them on the board and in that way involved in telecommunications. I'm also still a keen power user of that broadband. In fact, my wife is now the bigger user. She clocks up more than 100 gigs a month. And I'm looking forward to the day where we all have better and faster and more affordable broadband. Then I also continue to every morning read my broadband daily newsletter. I've been involved in data communications since the mid-80s, and I remember in those days we were very excited when speeds went up to 75 bits per second on the modem. Things have moved a long way since then, and one of the big events that stand out for me is when we launched 3G in 2005. I remember the launch, it was over the Christmas, December holiday period. I remember the tariff, 40,000 Rand a gigabyte. We didn't have many takers. I was probably the only user at that tariff. Lesson from that, don't always listen to your finance people's business plans. Listen to your marketing guys as well. Then, if I look further down the line, Seacom, the launch of Seacom, it was a big event. It definitely triggered internet tariffs to come down. And today you can have internet through ADSL, soon mobile broadband at a couple of £100 for 100 gigs a month. For us to get to broadband heaven, a few things probably need to happen. Firstly, government need to get their act together, get moving on releasing more spectrum to the industry so that the industry can improve quality, improve speeds, improve the tariffs. Then we need to focus on the fixed side as well. We need fiber to the business, we need fiber to the home, and hopefully one day we will all be able to have 100 gigabytes at 100 megabits per second for 100 rand. Wouldn't that be great? And then this conference, this is a good place to start, where we can debate these issues and find solutions and work together at shaping the future of broadband and telecommunications in this country.
So I'm currently trying my mettle on being an entrepreneur. I'm helping the founders of a super fast, super scalable, and super reliable data store, crate.io, for those who would like to have a look, to find the right product market fit, to find the right kind of customers. We're right now talking to several telcos, and we help them centralize data from different data storages, data warehouses, structured and unstructured data, into one store to actually make big data happen. We work right now with one that has over 150 databases, and we're consolidating all of the data in those 150 databases into one to allow for better and more timely analysis and action. Very exciting stuff. I'm really enjoying myself, so I haven't really moved away from telco. I'm just looking at it from a different angle. Yes, I do. My Google search for all things South Africa, you can see a little bit of South Africa right behind me, is still on, and I'm trying to keep abreast on what's going on, what's happening. I'm very happy to see that what I started, namely to bring competition and innovation to the market, is working, and the customers are today getting better services and better prices than they did a couple of years ago. I'm not happy, I'm actually very sad to see that South Africa has dropped to last place in the World Economic Forum league table for math. It proves that what I had to say in 2011, that education matters more than ever, is still true. And yes, there is a lot to do, a lot more than maybe 2011. The longer we wait, the more pupils and students will fall behind, which in turn means South Africa will not be able to compete on a global scale. And we are creating huge social problems that will bring South African society into major trouble. So I really hope we can see some progress on that front. Well, for one, I can see a lot more competition than before, and that is a good thing. It's a good thing for customers, and I think it's a good thing for operators too. It keeps everybody on their toes, and it ensures that customer focus is sharpened, and more importantly ensures that also the pencils are sharpened, that we can offer better pricing to consumers. The next thing that I find interesting is that we start to have some real convergence. Vodacom buying Neotel, I think, is very significant. I hear there's other deals going on, maybe, we'll see. And last but not least, Telkom opening up and starting to see that sharing what they have, and they do have a lot in the ground, even though they want to have a price for it, is a good thing. I think Telkom is doing the right thing there. As I've said many times, broadband for the masses is where it's at. The majority of people will access the internet and all the good things that can come with it via mobile. Smart learning, smart cars, smart homes, smart cities, smart farming, smart health, just to name some. All this can and will come to consumers predominantly via mobile. So whatever can be done to make it easier to provide better coverage with more throughput is a good thing. So I can think of 3 or 4 things we can do for that. A, faster and more reliable processes to build sites. B, faster and more reliable processes to string fiber to those sites and around the country. Ease of sharing infrastructure from a regulatory perspective would be C. D, lowering tariffs and taxes on mobile devices. Those are much more expensive in South Africa than they are in most other countries around the world. And last but not least, The government and the various departments must see mobile broadband as a huge stepping stone, an enabler to a modern South Africa. A stepping stone that must not be buried under regulations and lack of coordination between government and municipalities. I hope we'll see progress on that front, and if we do, I think we'll see a prospering and growing South Africa. Thank you and have a great conference.
These executives were all MyBroadband award winners in the past. And to see who will take home this year's award, please welcome MyBroadband founder Rudolf Miller to the stage.
Thank you. The annual MyBroadband Awards have become a benchmark of excellence in the South African broadband and IT market. These awards are handed out based on surveys from IT-savvy consumers, where we survey these consumers and where they give feedback on the services and what they expect and what they get from these services. What makes them quite unique is that there is just no shortcut to get these awards. If consumers think you're the best, you are the best, and therefore you win the award. So there are really no shortcuts. But before we get to the core awards, this year, for the third time, we have a special honorary award. This award goes to somebody that's made a big difference in broadband in South Africa. The previous winners of this award included MWeb CEO Rudy Jansen and former Vodacom CEO Pieter Uys for their contribution to broadband in South Africa. This year we honor a man who's done a tremendous amount for broadband behind the scenes. It's maybe not somebody that you always see in the front line, but it's somebody that's always worked behind the scenes for the last decade to bring better mobile and fixed broadband to South Africa. So for his contribution to broadband in South Africa, we honor Jannie van Zyl with a special honorary award. Well done, Jannie, and thank you for what you've done for broadband in South Africa. The next award goes to the Company Representative of the Year. This award goes to the company who's made the best contribution in serving customers online through the MyBroadband forums. It has become a place where people discuss matters, but also look for support from the companies where they purchase their broadband services from. And this year, the award goes to AfriHost. Because of the growth in mobile devices, smartphones and tablets, Aki Anastasio gave a brilliant suggestion to say, we just cannot ignore this market any longer in our awards that we hand out every year. And he suggested an App of the Year award. This is the app that consumers feel add the most value to their lives and is obviously the best on their platform. And the App of the Year award for 2014 goes to FNB. The next award is for the IT Person of the Year. This award has been won by many CEOs, including Alan Craig, Pieter Uys, Rudy Janssen, and so forth. This year, the award goes to Afrio CEO Jean Visser. The next three awards are really the big ones. This is where we celebrate the best available broadband services and internet services available to consumers and to businesses in South Africa. The award for Best Fixed Broadband Provider recognizes excellence in the fixed broadband market. The award is based on both service excellence as well as innovation in the fixed broadband space. And the Fixed Broadband Award this year goes to Telkom. The next award is award for Best Mobile Broadband Provider. This award recognizes excellence in the mobile broadband market, and again, for both service excellence, the service levels that people get, the prices that they pay, and innovation in the mobile broadband market. And this year, the award goes to Telkom Mobile. And the last award is for the Internet Service Provider of the Year. Maybe the most hotly contested area with so much competition in the market. This award goes to the service provider who consumers feel served them the best and that launched the most innovating products over the last 12 months. The ISP of the Year award goes to Afrios. Well done to all the winners. It really is a great honor to see great companies winning these awards. I invite Aki back to the stage, who's going to give away a few great prizes.
Thank you very much, Rudolph, and I think a big round of applause for all those prize winners. Well done, thoroughly deserved. I've never seen Brian Armstrong smiling like that before, never ever before. But well done, that's really congratulations to all of you. Now, many of you have been entering all sorts of draws. So where is Rudolph sitting with his computer? Where's he gone? He's going to come back in a second. So we've got some lucky draws to give away. Now, who entered the Web Africa Google Glass draw? It was online, so there are entries that will come online as well. So Rudolph has got his computer over there. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull out a number from one of the boxes over here. Where are the boxes for the lucky draws? I'm just waiting for those boxes. They must be, oh, there we go. Cara's got them over there. And then we've got some prize draws for you that have put your business cards in the boxes. We've got a BlackBerry Z30. We've got something from Cypherwave, a flight around Joburg in a Douglas DC-3. It's my favorite aircraft. It's an absolute fantastic ride. One of those old Dakotas, really cool. Knowledge have given us a Zyxel VDSL router to give away. And from Bitco, we've got a Polycom VVX 600 to give away. So, this is for the Web Africa draw for Google Glass. Who has a pair of Google glasses over here? Let me see. Nobody, eh? Nobody paid 27 grand, right? And No names mentioned. Okay. Rudolph, the number is 1244. So Rudolph's got all the prizes that are corresponding. Are these the glasses? Oh, yeah. Love Google Glass. That's pretty cool. How cool is this? Ta-da! See what they look like. Just to show you that they are Google Glass. They're quite cool, hey? I tried these in San Francisco. It's the weirdest feeling. You actually think that it obstructs your eye, but within 5 minutes of wearing this, you actually feel that you're not wearing anything on your head. And you've got this screen up in your right eye that displays a map and displays your email, your SMSs, and you literally talk to this device and it picks up your voice and everything. And I think that there is definitely a future in this kind of technology. They've obviously got the battery to deal with, but I think it's a superb piece of technology. So well done, we got the winner. 1244. 1244.
That's
Cara Miller.
The real name, Johannes Neetling from Port Elizabeth.
Johannes Neetling from Port Elizabeth. If you're Johannes's friend, are you here, Johannes? If you know Johannes, you've just won for yourself a pair of Google glasses. Jose dos Santos, CEO of Cell C, welcome. Nice to have you with us. Looking forward to your presentation a bit later on. Okay, now, we're going to move on with our next prize. So this was basically done online with Web Africa. It was a competition that was run internally. So now we've got our very own prizes here at the MyBroadband Conference. If we can have the box with all the business cards, ladies, and we're going to do the lucky draws for the BlackBerry Z30 first up. Right, this is from, where's the BlackBerry Z30? There we go. Okay, so this is from, you hold on to that. And we're going to do a lucky draw and see who's going to win this one here. This is from Broadband Infraco, Kampong Mabe. Are you here, Kampong? Where are you? You're going to go, woo! Otherwise you can't win the prize. Come on up, Kampong. There he is. Congratulations. You've won for yourself a BlackBerry Z30, courtesy of BlackBerry. Come and collect your prize. And as you come up, the next one will be the flight around Joburg in a Douglas DC-3 Dakota. Let's have the Cypher Wave box over here, please. There we go. There's your BlackBerry. Congratulations. Well done. Quick photograph. Hold your prize. Big smile. And away we go. Okay. So now, let's see who's going to win a trip around Joburg in a DC-3. Super cool aircraft. It's a handwritten entry. And Lionel Dubois from Stupid Computers. You can't make this up, eh? Where are you, Lionel? Is this your company? Is it really called Stupid Computers? But you can't call your company Stupid Computers and you've got an Intel Inside badge on you, because the Intel team, where are the Intel team sitting? They're sitting on that side. They're going to get upset with you. Take a photograph with us, Lionel. Lionel, behave yourself. All right. Next up, from Bitco, a Polycom VVX 600. And we're going to draw this one out of the box over here. And the winner is from Le Fleur Digital, Johan Slubbert. Where's Johan Slubbert? Are you here, Johan? You've got to be here to win. If you're not here, we do a redraw. Where's Johan? Run, Johan! There he comes up. Congratulations. Give him a round of applause, please. Johan Slubbert from Le Fleur Digital, winning for himself. Fantastic prize from Bitco. And then the last prize we have will be from Noology. Come up, Johan, we're going to take a photograph with you. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a wireless router. It's the Zyxel VDSL, and it's sponsored by Noology. And the winner of the next prize is... Now you're getting greedy, Johan. David Mwawila from Ditema Architecture. Where's David? Are you here, David? Is David here? He's not here. What do we do? Redraw. David, I'm going to count to 4. 3, 2, 1. Sorry for you. Okay, another one. This is Roy Smithies from PDNA. Mott McDonald. Are you here, Roy? There's Roy. Come up and collect your prize. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Give Roy a round of applause. And those are our final prizes. Remember, Rudolph, we got an iPad Air to give away as well, right? That's going to be right at the end of the conference. Also a lucky business card draw, so don't go away. Thank you very much, ladies. Give our hostesses a round of applause, please. So stick around. As I mentioned, right at the end of the conference, we've got an iPad Air to give away, and that'll be the last draw of the day. So congratulations to all our winners. Let's get back to business, ladies and gentlemen. We've heard from Telkom this morning. We've heard from the guys from Neotel. We've heard from Telkom Fixed Line. It's now time to speak to South Africa's biggest cell phone operator. I think they're the biggest, right, Rudolph? Vodacom is the biggest, just a slight margin. The margins are getting closer. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Shamil Yusuf, the CEO of Vodacom.
Shamil Yusuf is the CEO of Vodacom and has over 2 decades of experience in the mobile telecommunications field. Prior to heading up Vodacom, Shamil was the Chief Executive Officer of Vodafone Spain. Shamil joined Vodacom in March 1994 after completing his articles and quickly moved up to management level. He has served as Managing Director in a number of Vodacom companies since 1998. Between 2000 and 2010, Shamil served as Managing Director of Vodacom South Africa and was a Director of the Vodacom Group Board. Shamil holds a Bachelor of Accounting Science from UNISA and an MBA from the Southern Queensland University in Australia. Please welcome Shamil to the stage.
You hear me? You know why Shamil is smiling like that? Because his team is winning again. He's a Manchester United supporter, you know. It's been a while since I've seen him smile like this, you know. Shamil, welcome to the MyBroadband Conference. Great to have you with us. We're going to do this interview slightly differently as the other presentations. So Vodacom has been making some very interesting announcements the last couple of weeks. We've heard a lot about a lot of money floating around, upgrades to your network. I mean, the number 9 billion rand is one that I've heard a lot about. This is what you're investing in your network. It's called Project Spring. Where are you spending all this money on, and who's got that checkbook? Because that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. So firstly, good afternoon, Aki. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the big thing for us is obviously making sure that we can maintain a clear network advantage, and that's why we're willing to invest quite heavily into the network. And also, we have to keep up with the immense amount of data growth. So we have between 80 and 90% data growth year on year every month. And that's quite a massive increase in data traffic. And to be able to do that, we obviously have to upgrade the networks and be able to invest quite heavily in the networks. We're quite proud that last week we announced that the entire network, all over 10,000 sites, are basically all 4G ready. So effectively, we've upgraded the entire network now and swapped it to what we call single LAN technology, so it's your single radio access network, which basically makes sure that the entire network is 4G ready. So in theory, we could switch on 4G tomorrow if we just have the spectrum. Okay. So that's a big investment that we've been investing in. We've also been investing a lot in fiber. So to be able to cope with the data growth, you need big pipes to be able to handle it. And by end of the year, we'll have 84% of our sites basically on high-speed transmission or fiber self-provided. And that's a big deal for us because that basically gives us the capability to cope with the data growth. So we're not just planning for now, we're planning for the next 3 to 5 years. We're also seeing that, by our estimations, within the next 5 years, data traffic or data revenues will overtake voice revenues. Okay. So data is the future, and so we're investing quite heavily into the networks to enable us to be able to do that. And then obviously doubling the size of the LTE network is also been a big investment for us. And then just adding capacity and coverage. Yeah. And preparing the networks to be ready for this massive data growth.
So now the big issue in the country at the moment, I mean, this is an issue that has been discussed over and over at this conference, is spectrum. You know, I mean, to get to your capacity that you're talking about, you need the additional spectrum. We know about this massive deal that's been going on, that you're buying a Neotel, for example. Where do you stand on that deal, and what is it that you want to achieve with this Neotel deal?
Well, I think, you know, so basically, if we take a step back and we look at where the industry is at the moment, I think voice prices are coming down, and they're coming down quite rapidly, and they need to be offset by basically growth in new revenue segments. And those new revenue segments is first and foremost data, but we see a big opportunity in the fixed space. I think if we look at globally and we look at the number of DSL lines that we have in the country, and we compare it to global averages, then we're sitting very low down on the curve. And that's an obvious opportunity for us. Also, I think with the amount of fiber that we've had to put down to be able to cope with, let's call it a data revolution, LTE networks and so on, we are a lot closer now to the office parks, to the buildings and so on. And that's why, you know, it's important for us to maybe pick up the fixed opportunity. So Neotel gives us a couple of things. It gives us fixed capability. It has just on 1,000 people. And so it gives us the capabilities that we need. Our intention is to tuck our fixed business in under Neotel and keep Neotel as a standalone and grow it from there. And we believe we can grow that in the 20s going forward. So a big potential, and really making sure that we can capitalize Neotel properly to be able to achieve that. Secondly, you're acquiring a customer base, and there's good revenues and good EBITDAs, but the company needs capital investment. So I think that's the second part. The third part is there's over 16,000 kilometers of fiber, and when we overlay that onto our fiber networks, that brings us even closer to the housing estates, to the office parks and so on. So it becomes an obvious opportunity. And then lastly, it also has some spectrum, which doesn't solve our spectrum needs, to be frank, but at least gives us a little bit of breathing space, I would say, whilst the digital migration is still happening. So, you know, that's really the benefits of Neotel, is also us looking for new revenue opportunities and being able to grow into different segments.
Because you are getting quite aggressive, you know, fiber to the home, fiber to the business. I mean, you've been quite aggressive about that. I mean, direct competition with Telkom, you want that business, you want to enhance your company as well, and that's where that growth point is. Now, I know it's sitting with the Competition Commission. When are you expecting some kind of an answer?
Well, look, I mean, one can't presuppose what the Competition Commission is going to say or how long it's going to take, but our own estimations is that we're hoping that will happen, by the end of the year, early next year.
Okay.
In terms of just the time, because it would have been a hell of a long time in the Competition Commission by then. ICASA's obviously also sent out for public comment, so the two processes are running simultaneously.
You mentioned the pressure of profits with voice and voice coming down, people using less voice. I mean, the prices have come down dramatically, let us face it. I mean, we know what's been happening with ICASA. Cell C's been quite vocal. There's been quite a bit of tension in the market right now. How much of an impact has the reduction in the costs had to your margins in your business, voice specifically?
So, look, I think the impact of the mobile termination rates this year will be, on a net basis, will be just over $1 billion from last year that Vodacom would take as a loss. So, I mean, it's quite substantial, and that was one of the arguments that we had along the way, which was effectively to say, look, give us time to manage the decline, because it just it allows it to be more palatable if it was dealt in smaller increments. So it's been a massive impact for us, and and I think we saw the results in our first quarter, where everything was negative, and I think that's it's going to be a tough year. So it's definitely going to be a tough year from that perspective, but that's not hampering our willingness and our ability to invest. Yes. So we're still going to put the investment together with the Neotel acquisition and the Nashua acquisition that was approved yesterday. We'll be spending close to 17 billion rand in South Africa this financial year.
That's extraordinary. I'm just amazed, how far we've come. I mean, we're celebrating 20 years of democracy, and I think the networks, you know, so we often criticize all the networks. I'm not just talking about Vodacom, but right across. But when you look at the spectrum of the country, wherever you go in the country, there is some kind of coverage. And I think that's quite amazing when you consider what a big country we live in. Now, 9 billion rand, as I mentioned earlier, is a lot of money to spend on your network. The question that I want to ask you, I mean, we know that WhatsApp and we know these other, you know, over-the-top players are having an effect on the network. I hear like murmurs from around the world, other network operators, that some networks are considering having a premium data service as well as a regular data service. Is that something that Vodacom would look at in the future? I mean, if somebody wants, you know, a big pipe of data and they want that guarantee of service, is that something, I mean, you're going to have to differentiate at some point in terms of your data and what you're providing to your customers.
Yeah, so I think, you know, there's two different topics. I mean, from a differentiation perspective, yes, you know, as the technology evolves, last week, you know, we showcased basically carrier aggregation, or LTE Advanced, as we like to call it, where, you know, we were obtaining speeds of 270 megabits per second on a mobile network, which is quite astounding on the one side, and the other side is that we can achieve it tomorrow if we just have spectrum. So that's the one side. Now, guaranteed services will come when you have more capacity, when you have faster speeds, and when you can basically be able to cope with the capacity that's required for dedicated lines. So I think it will come in time. But it's an evolution of the current mobile networks, if you like.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, if you dedicate a certain level of speed, you just affect the rest of the customers that are on there.
Yeah.
And I think over time, you will have guaranteed service products, but it's as the technology evolves.
And I'm also quite interested, I mean, we specifically talking about South Africa, but the rest of Africa is just amazing when you look at the growth that's going to happen there, and that's happening as we speak right now. I mean, I was talking to this guy from Cameroon the other day, and he was telling me that in Cameroon, out of every 15 phones, 14 of those phones are feature phones, and only one is a smartphone. And this massive wave of smartphones is about to hit. I know you launched your device at 549 Rand for a smartphone. How many smartphones do you have on the network, and how's that growth growing at the moment?
So, I mean, today we have about 8.5 million smartphones on the network. A total of almost 10 million data-capable devices, 10.5 million data-capable devices, including your tablets and your dongles and so on. And what we're seeing is that's growing by about 25 to 30% a year, year on year. So, I mean, you know, there's quite a massive growth. But also what we're doing is trying to reduce the barrier to entry. So things like products like the Vodacom Kicker and so on are really driven to make smartphones more available.
Yes.
So, you know, the cost of that smartphone is now just over $40 or $40, and effectively, you know, we're now driving more of that as we go forward. We're driving lower cost tablets, and, you know, because of the amount of phones that we buy, I mean, we do about 900,000 devices a month now.
Wow.
But also when you combine that with the buying power of Vodafone India and the rest of the Vodafone group, we're buying a substantial amount of devices, which then gives us the ability to really drive down the costs quite significantly. And we see that as an important part of reducing the barrier to entry.
I want to come back to what you mentioned about the cost of voice calls and how they've come down. How low do you think they can actually go?
Well, I think, you know, I think it's really a factor of, I think when you look at voice, you've got to look at, are we talking about contract or are we talking about prepaid? Because today for prepaid, you're getting, you know, in a bundle, you're getting as little as 4 cents. Our effective price per minute today is 46 cents. In contract, it's very much about subsidies. And I think one of the big things that is probably not that transparent to the market is the level of subsidization that goes in, that is included in the price. And often if you just remove the subsidies, you can then see how much lower contract pricing has become. Because what's happened over the years, the price of devices have creeped up. You know, so I mean, your iPhones and your S5s and so on are over 10,000 Rand today. And that's the kind of level of subsidy. You know, 5 years ago, the average price per cell phone was sitting at about 1,500 Rand. So then came the smartphones, and that changed everything. So you're putting a lot more subsidies into it. But prices will continue to come down. And I think the important part for us is also to try and get the usage up. So what we're doing is trying to, and the way we've approached the market, which I think is different to some of what some of our competitors have done, we've approached it from the perspective of creating bundles and effectively driving down pricing, but ensuring we can get the minutes of use up as well at the same time. Other people have just dropped prices and then hope for the elasticity, which hasn't really come. So, I think the way we've approached it by what we call much more for more is effectively giving customers more value. So our bundles are working quite nicely. We sell something like 40 million bundles a month now.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's got their eye on the data price, on the voice prices, but some might argue that data is still relatively expensive to other parts of the world. It may not be so in your eyes, but for some people, if you ask people, mobile subscribers, they would love to see the price of data come down. Is that going to come down substantially as well?
I think data prices and voice prices will both continue to come down. I mean, if you look at this last quarter, voice prices year on year down 26%, data prices are down 33%. So your prices are going down. So I mean, one of the big issues for us at the moment is your data prices are very, very comparable to international standards when you look at the price per meg in South Africa versus the total price. Now, yeah, you've got some issues that you have to deal with. Yeah. You still have to deal with out-of-bundle rates, bring those down as well. So there's also a lot of price transformation that's happening in terms of moving customers to lower plans, lower price points, and so on. So those are still happening. But if you look at the total amount of data on the network versus the effective price per meg, those prices are extremely low by international standards.
So, Shamil, you've made interesting announcements this year. We've spoken about the 9 billion rand that you're investing. You earlier told us a little bit about 4G, which is basically LTE advanced, right? It's it's the next generation of LTE, and also Volt, voice over LTE, which is also quite an interesting announcement. What else can we expect to hear from Vodacom this year? What are you working on?
So I think you'll see quite a few different announcements. So firstly, HD Voice is already live in Johannesburg. So there's HD Voice being rolled out countrywide. Obviously, we'll be pushing what we call carrier aggregation or LTE Advanced, and effectively that will be a big part for us, and that really allows you to aggregate spectrums across bands, which you weren't able to do before, and that's why you can get up to speeds of 270 megabits per second. I think the other thing we can expect to see is what we call quad play services, so more with the rollout of fiber to the home, fiber to the business, you can also expect to see TV being rolled out or video on demand type services being rolled out. One is an enabler of the current video on demand services, but two is having our own video on demand services available as well. So those are just some of the things, and then there's quite a bit extra in terms of making sure from a much broader coverage in terms of LTE and a much more aggressive rollout of LTE coverage across the country, and preparing the networks for that, but also really still focusing on the core of voice from a network quality perspective, and basically being able to put up small cells and those type of things to improve indoor coverage, but also capacity and so on. So, a number of different initiatives, if you like, but I think the big part is preparing ourselves for what I call the data revolution and making sure that we can cope with the type of volumes that we're seeing, and we're expecting data volumes to continue to grow at 80% plus into the foreseeable future.
Now, this obviously includes, I mean, we just talk about smartphones, but smartphones make a small portion of this data revolution. I mean, you look at other things, the external devices, the webcams that are out there, the Internet of Things that we're talking about, that the likes of Cisco and these kind of people and Intel, they're saying that in the next 5 years, this is going to be a 50 billion device industry that's going to have to connect to some network to get the data going through. So is that a focus as well for your network?
Very much so. I mean, so basically, we're preparing ourselves for all of this. I mean, machine to machine basically is a big focus area for us. We already have 2.1 million SIMs out there, basically sitting in all types of machines and so on. And effectively, we want to grow that. We see a big growth potential in that market space, but also all the different types of connected devices. And also the way we're structuring our plans now are basically talking to, having more connected devices on the same plan as opposed to a plan for one device. So allowing you to have sharing, or data sharing as we like to call it. So that's some of the evolutions we've already built in, and I think we'll build more of that in as we go forward. But certainly we have to prepare for it. I think your wearables will become a big market. So basically, we're going to be playing a bigger role in the accessory space, as an example, basically to ensure that we can get more of these types of devices out into the markets, out into the stores, and basically and provide these services to customers.
When is the iPhone 6 coming?
We're waiting.
Everybody asks you that question, right? Do you know when it's coming?
Hopefully soon. No, so there is, we should have timelines very, very soon. And I think it will definitely be in South Africa before Christmas, but we're hoping that's, a lot sooner than that. But they go through rollout plans. I think Apple is very smart in the way they do their rollouts.
And what do you think of the bigger screens out of interest?
So, I think bigger screens are going to become, are going to be part of life. A few years ago, I was in Barcelona, and I was taken into a back secret room by one of the big suppliers and shown some really, really interesting stuff, which is basically your phones were all bendable, much bigger screens, much thinner, so paper thin. But you could fold the phone onto your shoulder, and these were working samples, so they weren't just. And then they showed us tablets that folded out into a big screen, and I mean and it was quite fascinating. So it was like a special, kind of room where they kind of wanted to show you all these things, and a lot of these things I think are now starting to come to fruition and starting to find their ways into live products.
Absolutely fascinating. Shamil Yusuf, absolutely great talking to you. Thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of Vodacom, Shamil Yusuf. All right, so before Shamil goes, we've got a small gift for Shamil as well, so don't go away just yet, Shamil. I'm thinking about all that bendable stuff that you saw in that room. That's absolutely fascinating stuff. It's amazing how much technology these hardware companies are holding back, for the market. Shamil, it's a small gift on behalf of MyBroadband. Thank you for joining us today.
Pleasure.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Shamil.
Oh, it's going to be that.
Right. Thank you very, very much, Shamil.
Okay,
we've got something extra. Now, while Shamil waits on stage with me, we want to take a quick photograph as well. There's another gift for you over there, but I want to tell you what's coming up next, because we've heard from Telkom, we've heard from Vodacom, we're still going to be hearing from MTN and what their plans are. I mean, MTN's got massive plans as well. Their LTE network's rolling out very, very aggressively.
Take it.
And oh, my word. Oh, yes. I did say 20 years, so let me hold that for you.
Uh-huh.
And in fact, I must tell you, put this down, Shamil, because I mean, this is a wonderful story. Gee, this is a heavy cake. No, I've got it. I mean, Shamil, we were talking about 20 years. 20 years was the 1st of June, right? Yeah. You were at Vodacom. Can you remember that first day? Can you remember the phones that were around at the time? Because, I mean, you look back and you think to yourself, wow, time has just flown. 20 years has just gone like that. But take us back to day one.
Well, I think basically at the time, I think it was the 5200 and the 7200 Motorola's, which was the big phones that were out, and then a few months later came the S1, the Ericsson 337, and so on, which then became the benchmark for devices. And then obviously the Rolls-Royce of devices was the Nokia 2110, right? So, but it was a very, I mean, it was quite exciting because, we couldn't keep up with the demand. There were about 10,000 SIMs that went live basically on the 1st of March, and by the 1st of June was the official commercial switch on, and we just couldn't cope with the demand. So, I mean, it just turned out to be really exceptional. I think, our original projections was 420,000 connections in 10 years. And so, it was, and today we have 42 million customers, of which 34 million are active at any time. So, it's been a fantastic ride. And maybe just to say thank you to everybody in the room for, your support and as customers, as partners, in terms of helping to create a successful Vodacom, but also more importantly, a successful industry.
Has this last 20 years and this incredible growth that we've seen in the mobile industry caught you by surprise? Did you ever think that it was going to become this big?
No, as I said, we thought it was going to be 420,000. And effectively, what we, those days we used to run everything through the business plan. So before we made a decision, we'd run everything through the business plan to see whether it made sense or not. So it's obviously been very huge. And I think what we tried to do at the time, we had a very noble objective. And the objective was really to democratize telecommunications and to make it possible for every South African to have a cell phone. And with that objective came the advent of prepaid and the creation of prepaid on an iron-based platform, which was a South African innovation and a Vodacom innovation, and I think which then changed the face of cellular, not just in South Africa, but globally. And today we have more than 7 billion cell phones out there, and I think that's basically something that we're quite proud of. And now we have a new objective, and our new objective is to democratize data. So we want to make sure that everybody has access to data. And by the end of this year, 90% of all sites, or 90% of the population, will have access to 3G and 4G coverage. And within the next 12 months, we would have then completed our full data where we have voices, we call it strategy, and effectively make sure that everybody has access to data. Now we're working on bringing down the cost of a device. We see a future where, there'll be a tablet in every child's hands when they go to school. And so that's really where we're aiming to, and where we're trying to build our networks for, is to make sure that we can cope with the immense amount of data as we see go forward.
Shamil, congratulations on the 20 years. Wishing you many, many more. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for one of the veterans of the mobile industry, Shamil Yusuf. Thank you very much, ladies. And that cake is very, very heavy, I must say. Well, at this MyBroadband conference in the past, Cell C's arrived here. They've landed some knockout punches. They don't pull back on anything. I'm looking forward to hearing what Cell C's got to say about the industry, what they're planning. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the CEO of Cell C, the one and only Mr. José dos Santos.
José dos Santos is the Cell C CEO, and his experience in the mobile industry spans more than 20 years. Before heading up Cell C, José was the Chief Commercial Officer at the company. Over the last 20 years, José has held many senior positions at telecommunications and mobile companies. Some of these positions include Chief Executive Officer of Vodacom Mozambique, Managing Director of Autopaid Cellular, and Managing Director at Cell C. Please welcome José to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just give me a few. How's that? You can all hear me there? And I guess this is my clicker. Well, thanks, Aki, and it's nice to be here. And I really wanted to focus the next 15, 20 minutes in a hot topic about, we heard a few minutes ago also, what's happening with the OTT players and how you're going to embrace it. Over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a lot of talk about should we embrace them, should we alienate them, and I think that's really the purpose of my discussion today, is really to give you some insight in terms of where we're going. But I think it's also imperative for me to maybe touch a little bit on where are we as an organization, and specifically what happened with the announcement yesterday on the MTRs, maybe just to give you some highlight of where we are as an organization and give you some background information. So if you take what's been happening literally over the last 2 years, I mean, really, Cell C and the smaller player, Telkom Mobile, really only benefited it from some asymmetry from around 2011. And they use this asymmetry to really be competitive. I think the last 2 years, the small operators have been the driving force of bringing down the cost to communicate in South Africa. And we've done a pretty good job in doing that. And we heard now that we'll probably see pricing continue to drop over a period of time. But in 2014, when we had this huge asymmetry awarded to us, which was contested in court, that really gave Cell C and the smaller operator Telkom Mobile an opportunity to make a meaningful difference. And this is how competition really, really became aggressive this year, and we've seen the positive impact, not only for our consumers, but for South Africa as a whole. And you know how many customers are on the other networks that have benefited from this price reduction. So it had to be a good thing. And we heard yesterday what's transpired in terms of the MTR, which I'll take you through. But you can see on this slide that, you know, pro-competitive measures does help competition. So we saw massive growth in our organization, but the one thing that didn't change that drastically was the revenue growth. So you still have market dominance, and the market failure issues are not being addressed. So this is a slide that really just shows you the revenue share in the industry really held 86, 87% by two dominant players. And it's our view that this has to change in order to continue driving prices down, being effective in the market, bringing consolidation into a play where your input costs become more cost effective, and have a level playing field in the marketplace. So just some way of background of where we are. So what happened yesterday? Let me just take you a little bit back in terms of memory, just for what it's worth. If you look at 2010 regulations, you actually see that slide. I hope you can see it right at the back. It is rather small print. But in 2010, the regulations and the asymmetry was 15 cents, 6 cents, and then in 2012, 2013, 2014, down to 4 cents. We contested that. We spoke with ICASA at the time, the regulator, and in 2013, they reviewed it, and they came out with a regulation that was contested by the two other incumbents in court in the early part of this year. And that asymmetry went 24, 27, and 30. So over the 3 years, it went up. And what the regulator said at the time was that the old MTRs and the asymmetry stated that the regulations did not change the market status quo. In other words, we didn't see much movement. And hence, they introduced these regulations at the beginning of this year. They had 6 months to review it. They did. And you've seen my comments in the press, the U-turn, the dissatisfaction of small operators in terms of what's transpired from a regulatory point of view. And they've literally gone back on the asymmetry that you had in 2010. So if that wasn't good enough to create a pro-competitive environment, then how are these regulations going to be good enough for the small operators to create this pro-competitive environment and to actually bring the affordability even further down? What's interesting to note, if you look at the mobile terminating rate portion of it, is that in the early part of this year, you had 20 cents, 15 cents, and 10 cents. Then the big operators challenged the regulator, and they said the process that you followed wasn't an effective one. And the court found that in their favor. And they did this cost analysis all over again. And what came out? They said we're using a Lyric Plus model, we're putting all our costs in there, and they said we're going to base our decision on costs. And the MTR came out pretty much the same. 20 cents, 16 from 15 is neither here or there, and 13 from 10 is a minor adjustment. So basically what the regulator is saying is, these are your costs, you can recover your costs, but we're not going to add any pro-competitive measures to the asymmetry. So on one hand, you have 20 cents, that's your cost. Big operators, small operators, that's 31 cents, that's your cost. You can recover your costs, and that's it. And this is the real issue. If you don't have a mechanism in place to create competition, you're not going to see what transpired over the last 2 years. And I don't believe you'll continue to see this kind of downward trend that you've seen in affordability, both on voice and starting to see it in data. And that's really the bottom of the line, and I thought it was just imperative for you to get sort of some synopsis of what's transpired. I think most of you are probably asking, what's Cell C's position and where we're going. I mean, it's obvious from where we sit, the way we look at this world, and the way we need to go, and how we're going to change this market forces and let it be a very pro-competitive environment. We're not left with too much choice but to take this as a legal challenge. So, you know, it is what it is. We're still reviewing the process, the team and myself, going through the finer details, but probably we'll have a legal challenge on our hands going forward in the next coming days or weeks. So that gives you some idea of that. Let's focus, I think, on some of the more positive things about the industry going forward. A lot of debate and chat has been talking about OTT players and where we're going. And I think it's fair to say, you know, most operators share the same view that the ecosystem, the mobile ecosystem, is changing quite rapidly in South Africa. We've seen it in Europe, in Americas. And, you know, operators are asking themselves a lot of questions on how they're going to make money, how they're going to substitute the decline on voice revenues. And we saw in 2012 a massive uptake on OTT messaging. We have about 15 million total smartphones on our networks in South Africa at the moment. And voice revenues, if you combine voice revenues, interconnect, messaging, last year dropped about 7 percentage points decline. And we're starting to see a lot of low-margin devices having even a bigger negative impact on revenues. So what are the implications for networks going forward? We need to really, as a network, start understanding what our core assets are. Our infrastructure, invest in network, provide good level of services. Our billing, key is distribution. We've got to maintain high levels of distribution so customers have easy access to those products. And more importantly, also understanding our customer. There's this, what we term the new customer, the new way of communication going forward. And OTT is one of those new ways going forward. You have to focus on your strengths, but more importantly, I believe, you have to leverage on partners that you build. And if you look at how could this possibly work, a classic example was Apple and Microsoft. Apple really only started flourishing when they took an approach of an open access system and they started using Intel CPUs. Then we saw Apple, and I mean, if you go back to the speech Steve Jobs did many years ago when he announced that he was going to use Intel CPUs, then we started to see Apple evolve. And in these open systems, the partnership should focus on what they do best. Operators on building infrastructure, providing service, and OTT players in building content and messaging platforms. And we heard this comment, yeah, but it's not fair that OTT players come onto our networks and provide those services for free. In these partnerships, fairness must be of paramount importance. I mean, on one end, we say they come onto our networks and they use these services free of charge, but on the other hand, they provide a free application, and we charge consumers to download that free application. So somewhere along the line, we have to join forces. So in our view, if you really look at going forward, you have to work in a world of joining forces with these applications. I mean, most of you by now will know that on the 19th of October, you know, if you're a Cell C subscriber on postpaid or prepaid, you're going to benefit of no data charges if you use WhatsApp. And this is just the beginning of the partnerships that we've been involved with. I mean, if you look at voice over IP, and I'll put a simple example here. If you take a 1-minute call using voice over IP at 100 kilobits per second, which is sort of the norm standard that international standards would recommend, today on the Cell C network at 15 cents a meg, 1 minute would generate probably 0.75% of a meg. So that's 11 cents. So it's not sufficient to generate your revenues. And this is where the paradigm shift has to change. The old paradigm of networks is always about, well, we'll just bill you for your traffic, and that's it. And that's the way we are, and we don't want to change, and we'll fight tooth and nail. We'll go to court to maintain that status quo. The new paradigm, in our view, of going forward is OTT players will have to find innovative ways to generate revenues. If not, these players will eventually leave. There's not many of these OTT players that are making a lot of money out there. But the key success is finding a formula to work together and share some of those revenues together. And this is really what we're trying to do. And some of the ways we could do that is network fees, although not commonly used at the moment. but you've seen MVNOs. You've seen what's happening with WhatsApp and E+ partnerships in Germany. Really a good success story happening there. In India, mobile messaging and Hapike. Also starting to see good trends coming out of that and a good success story. And I think at the end of the day, networks will have some kind of premium service rating that will work together with these OTT players. Some final thoughts that I want to share with you on this. And that is that I don't believe voice revenues will disappear anytime soon. We've seen voice traffic is still growing. In 2013, that grew greater than 10%. And I think at some certain point in time, the convenience becomes more important for customers than cost. And I think consumers will start working that out for themselves as, at what point in time do I use data, at what point in time do I use voice? And mobile operators and OTT players together are strong if they both have unique assets that they can utilize and share in the capabilities that they have. That is why we're actually seeing a totally different trend where OTT players are engaging with operators, really coming to our door. I mean, we got some really great news that we're going to launch in the next 2 weeks. Unfortunately, I know Alki always says, I'm going to drop a bomb. Unfortunately, I can't drop it, but we're so far down the road with Google, with Facebook. There's so many new innovative ways to generate revenue. And I think you can see where Cell C is going with this whole application and the apps and the OTT players, and is really engaging them and embracing them. So I really look forward to a new world, a new ecosystem that's changing fast. I hope that gives you some kind of insight in terms of this specific topic, and thank you very much for listening.
Jose dos Santos, thank you so much. So you're of the opinion that voice calls, voice traffic is not coming down? No, yeah, use the mic. It's quite an interesting one because the trend is going downwards, but I think that it's perhaps a perception that people, don't want to spend the money. They think it's expensive. Is that the perception?
I think revenues are coming down, not traffic.
I mean, revenues, pardon me.
Yeah, I think revenues will come down. If you drop price, your revenues on voice will come down. But voice traffic is actually going up. And we're seeing a difference. People, as I said, will see the convenience of voice versus data. And I think it'll take a good 6 months to 12 months for that to stabilize. And consumers are very well informed today in terms of how they're going to use their R1, and how they're going to utilize it to communicate.
And just in terms of the numbers in your network, how they're doing, I know you had a nice spike over the last few months. It's still growing. Are the new subscribers still growing?
Look, we're very fortunate as Cell C. We have a value proposition. Consumers like that value proposition. We're growing. Buy the Sunday Times on Sunday. One of the ways to stay competitive as a small operator is to give the big operators a run for their money. So, we're going to continue to do that.
So you're saying buy the Sunday Times this Sunday?
Yeah, and the report. Maybe buy it on Saturday night.
But just give us a hint, Jose. What is it going to be on Sunday? What are you announcing? Just give us a small hint, Come on, Jose.
We're giving some really great value back to our customers.
Data or voice?
Bit of both. A bit of both.
So this Sunday, big announcement from Cell C this Sunday.
Yeah, we'll send out the press release on Friday. So it'll be in the press by Friday, but obviously kicks off on Sunday. And that's what it's about, Aki. I mean, we're fortunate. Consumers love our product. They love what we're going through. We're investing a lot of money on our network. We're about to announce our LTE plans in the next coming 2 weeks. So we've got some really exciting plans on what we're going to do with LTE and how that's going to be a totally different revolution. It's fine to say we're building a broadband network, but you also got to provide consumers with the products and benefits to use the network.
Yeah. Now, last year you hadn't moved into your new offices there by the Biclue interchange. You guys have settled in nicely.
Oh, it's new buildings come with its own problems. We've had burst pipes. You know what it's like.
Standard.
Standard. But yeah.
Blame the builders, but not the network.
The network's going well, thank God. It's been tough, but going well.
Jose dos Santos, ladies and gentlemen, one of the veterans of the industry. A small gift, Jose. Thank you so much for coming through today. As you heard from the man himself, the Sunday Times, the report, all the Sunday papers, They've got something big up their sleeves, or Cell C, so watch this space over the next couple of days. He did mention that it's going to be voice and data that's going to come down dramatically, so we will look forward to hearing what Cell C have up their sleeves. Thank you so much, Jose. Much appreciated. Well, give him a round of applause, please. I certainly think Cell C have been one of those players that have really rattled the industry, and they continue to do that. Congratulations. Thank you for joining us today. Well, one of the fathers of the business that were also around 20 years ago were MTN. MTN have also been re-engineering their network. We've heard about their LTE rollout, but I want to find out today what they are planning over the next year, the next 6 months, and it's a great pleasure to welcome MTN's South Africa's CEO, Mr. Eben Albertyn, onto the stage to hear what MTN's plans are for the next few months.
Eben Albertyn is the Chief Technology Officer at MTN South Africa, and he has a rich track record in the mobile networking space. Eben's previous experience includes serving as Chief Technology Officer at Airtel Africa, Chief Technical Officer at MTN Ghana and MTN Cameroon. Eben holds a master's degree in electrical and electronics engineering from the University of Johannesburg. Please welcome Eben to the stage.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see Aki has unexpectedly upgraded me to CEO of MTN. That's very much appreciated. I'll inform Sifiso of the change. Thank you very kindly for affording me this opportunity to spend some time with you. I wanted to run through, I think, some things that are quite evident to ourselves as we sit in this industry that's actually facing quite a lot of change. We're seeing technological change, LTE Advanced. We're seeing market dynamics are starting to change. There's a lot of activity in the market itself. And how do these things sit together, and what do they mean? So I've called the presentation The Great Need for Transformation, and it really is about just reflecting upon what lies ahead of us, what we may need to contemplate to digest a lot of this change. If I can just briefly start just by sharing our vision. Our vision is actually quite simple. We want to lead the delivery of a bold new digital world to all of our customers. That's really what we're about. That encompasses voice, it encompasses data, social, video, voice, home, office, and it really is to make our customers' lives brighter. So this spans the same vision for all our 22 operations across Africa. It's about creating a distinct customer experience, sustainable growth, and really transforming our operating model, again, as we sit in this market that really is very, very dynamic. Transformation. What's causing this transformation? By 2020, 239 million households in Africa will have a disposable income greater than $5,000. This is a point at which more than 50% of monies that are spent will be spent on something other than just the basic necessities. This is creating a revolution that's going to start giving a much increased spending power. Sub-Saharan Africa is the second fastest growing economy in the world. Projected rates are somewhere between 5 and 6% all the way to 2020. The world average is sitting somewhere between 2 and 3%. By 2020, another 150 million people in Africa would have urbanized. So our urban centers are becoming more dense and more active. The economy is becoming younger. They are becoming more informed, they're becoming more educated, their demands and their needs are changing quite rapidly as compared to the existing base. On top of this evolving economy, this growing economy, this urbanizing economy, and this wiser, younger economy, is the fact that the penetration and the coverage of all of these network technologies is actually increasing quite rapidly. The rate at which 2G expanded, I guess today we could call that was slow. 3G, because it used some of the erstwhile infrastructure, rolled out quite a bit faster. And as you can see by the rollout rates that ourselves and our competitors in the marketplace announce, LTE is going even faster than that. And it's because the technology that we're using is changing and making these things for us quite a bit easier. Originally, phones were expensive. Devices were and remain to be a hurdle to enter this marketplace. Last year, this time, we launched the Stepper phone, which was a 450 or a 500 Rand 3G phone that had a full feature set. Device affordability is coming down. LTE in North America and Asia is driving these chipset prices down. Dongles, tablets, phones, the prices are coming down very rapidly. Affordability is something that is key to a market such as ours, because affordability is what drives the take-up into this marketplace. All of these factors together really come together to form a new foundation of transformation. Data growth and traffic on the networks are going up rapidly. We are seeing 70-80% annual growth rates in data. We are continuing to see 20-30-35% annual growth rates in the number of minutes. These numbers are going up very quickly. The reality is that all of these factors together form actually a very fertile ecosystem. 20 years ago, it would take, let's say, 10 or 12 kilobits per second to terminate a GSM voice call from a single subscriber. Today, it takes about 10 or 12 kilobits per second to terminate a voice call. Today, there are 50 million subscribers. Way back when, there were hardly any. However, 20 years ago, the data rate that you could access the network with was probably less than 1 kilobit per second. Today, on LTE networks, you can get anywhere north of 70 megabits per second to a handheld device. The difference is that you now have probably north of 10 or 15 million people having access to data that is literally 1 million times faster. Plus, each of these individuals probably have 3 or 4 devices. They have a laptop, they have a phone, they have a tablet, their children has one. So the number of devices per individual is growing. So the data rates are simply skyrocketing. This is causing a surge in demand that is outstripping simply what the classical rollout rates can cater for. Certainly extremely exciting times to be in. The marketplace is very dynamic. Technology is really changing very fast. Products and services are evolving. But what does this mean? How do we deal with this? How do we deal with this demand? The answer is actually quite simple, and yet surprisingly complicated at the same time. There are only really 4 ways in which this demand can be dealt with. Let's call them 4 levers. So there are 4 levers which we can pull to satisfy this demand. And each one of them have an antithesis, an anti-catalyst, something which is obstructing its growing. We could add physical sites. I think this is the easiest and most obvious one. So we need additional capacity, we'll add another physical location. Obviously, permitting and some other physical limitations are holding us back. There's only so much space at which you can put these things. And obviously, the ecosystem that we operate in require permitting. You can apply more spectrum to that location. So you can add spectrum to the base station or the site that you have already deployed. There are some spectrum allocation disparities, which is one of the anti-catalysts in this area. You can increase the spectral efficiency, something which we don't directly control. You can move from 2G to 3G and therefore make a 900 megahertz channel more efficient. You can move from 3G to LTE and you can make it even more efficient. But the evolution from 2G to 5G and potentially even fiber is not something that is directly controlled by any one vendor or any one operator. It is something that is really driven by the global economy and is something that's changing in the background. What's very important to note is that you can have all the LTE in the world, but if the handsets in the marketplace don't support them cost effectively, then all of that LTE spectrum doesn't help you much. And then the fourth one is probably a little bit less obvious and probably a little bit less direct, but all of this stuff has to go back to Europe and North America and the data centers in Africa, and this has to be done by fiber. Again, something that has some permitting limitations. and the ability to proceed at speed, at the speed that we need to see the demand growing. I mean, we've seen that the demand is going to grow 17-fold over the next couple of years. Certainly that means that the demands being placed on the infrastructure is very great. The reality is that, at least from a mobile perspective, we are going to have to put a lot more antennas much closer to people. When these networks started, you were probably somewhere between 2 and 5 kilometers away from an antenna when you were making a call. Today, in an urban area like Gauteng or Johannesburg or Pretoria, you're probably no further away than maybe 400 to 500 meters from an antenna at any one given point of time. The reality is that to satisfy this kind of demand and for the speed to go up the way that it's going up, by the year 2020, or maybe even earlier, you'll probably be less than 100 meters away from an antenna at any one given point of time. The quantum leap in the amount of infrastructure that requires is quite massive. And that deployment of infrastructure requires some investment, some massive investments. We've heard some of our colleagues just give you some of those astronomical numbers. Those numbers are going to continue into the future because the demand is so great. And the infrastructure that's being deployed is something that is certainly not cheap. Certainly one that has been spoken about quite a bit is the fact that more spectrum needs to be applied to these locations. And there are some needs to be able to deal with that. Now, with this massive growth in demand, the need for the ability to satisfy not only the quality of service that our subscribers need from us, but also the ability to provide them with the speeds and services that they need, certainly we need to be able to operate in an ecosystem that makes good sense for us. So just briefly, if we look at the backdrop where these billions have to come from, they quite simply, they come from global capital markets. These global capital markets want to invest their money, and certainly we would like to make South Africa a very, very attractive destination for them. So really a sound regulatory environment should focus on avoiding market failure. Contrasted very, very sharply by reminding ourselves that failing firms does not necessarily mean that the market has failed. Market consolidation should be encouraged. I'll address it a little bit later on, but you'll see that there's quite a bit of a difference between the way that Europe dealt with this as the way that North America dealt with it, to some very real differences in the customer benefits. Market consolidation builds one thing. It builds scale and it builds the ability to reduce your input costs. Those are two fundamental issues that need to be dealt with as we go forward to roll out all this massive capacity. Consumer interests need to be protected. Consumers want good prices and they want good services and they want good competition. Both of those require massive investment. Increased access to technology should be increased. Spectrum should be assigned. Licenses should be given. People should be allowed to operate and to prosper. Regulation should change. I think if we look at the industry 5 or 10 years ago, we would see that the industry has been very different to the way that it is today. We're seeing consolidation happening across verticals in the marketplace. We need our regulations to change and be agile with the way that the marketplace and the capital markets are changing. And looking forward, we've heard people speak about OTT. What should happen to OTT? Content. What should happen to content? We should start looking forward to what the futuristic elements could be. This allows for clarity and certainty. Clarity and certainty are absolutely key to an investor. Absolutely key to an investor. If they're going to be spending tens of billions, certainly there needs to be some certainty from that perspective. And then predictability, something that I think we all look forward to when we want to evaluate these things. So we play a very careful balance, I think, when we think about the framework that we're operating in between enabler and enforcer. One that balances the consumer champion, but also one that looks at making the market attractive, that wants to allow those that can invest to continue to invest carefully with certainty, to create sustainable environments, and to avoid situations where the market is distorted externally. I mean, if we look at one example, for example, if we take mobile spectrum, and as a measure, we divide that by the number of subscribers, we see that if we look at mobile spectrum assigned currently in South Africa, there are some differences in the number of subscribers per megahertz that is actually being utilized. Some rather big differences there, not necessarily the most efficient allocation of spectrum. Spectrum being the lifeblood of how these services are delivered. I think there's a very real need to reflect upon how spectrum can be allocated in these scenarios. So the regulator can play a very real role here in reducing input costs. Again, coming back to those key levers. First one is spectrum. 700 and 800 is not yet assigned, 2600 is not yet assigned. Both pieces of those spectrum are absolutely mainstream spectrums. Handsets support them off the shelf, networks support them off the shelf. Modernized networks that we all operate on are all capable of deploying these spectra in very short amounts of time. Spectrum sharing and pooling, something that's been allowed in other parts of the world, certainly is going to make a big difference. There are forces in the marketplace that are pushing in this direction. Regulation is not necessarily in line with it. And then obviously the point about deployment, getting fiber and sites out there closer to the communities. We want to get fiber into homes. We want to get fiber into businesses. These things require very stringent permits to move through. If we can oil these gears, we can certainly move far more rapidly into the areas around us. I want to just quickly look at two things to contrast and touch upon consolidation and what that means, because we're actually seeing a lot of that in South Africa, and I think it's been a very topical point of discussion today. If we look at Europe, probably a little more than a decade ago, a lot of new entrants were introduced into the market, and there seems to have been a competition engineering that's taken place through multi-licensing in Europe, and really encouraging second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth licenses in various countries. And market performance in the EU has declined to such a point where we can see that there have been over a dozen bankruptcies in the last half a decade in Western Europe as a result of this, if we can call it competition engineering. If we contrast that with what has happened over the last almost a decade in North America, where significant consolidation around infrastructure has been allowed. Early and large blocks of LTE was assigned quite liberally. Technology adoption was allowed to happen quite quickly. It allowed operators to invest, and invest very, very heavily, to a point where an entire continent that was way behind Western Europe on mobile technologies has leapfrogged them completely. If we look at the chart on the right, from a baseline perspective back to 2007, the capital investment in North America has grown by almost 100%, where Western Europe, it's declined. You can also see that the LTE connections, as a percentage of the total subscriber base, the green bar over there is much, much higher than in Western Europe. To such an extent that North America, as we all know, via the iPhone, has dictated what LTE actually looks like. And that is a result of the appetite and the ability for capital markets to invest. So, in conclusion, I think that the changes that lie ahead of us are very exciting. The growth is very real. The take-up is certainly something that all of us enjoy. I think all of us enjoy the fact that we could potentially sit in the traffic somewhere and we could still watch a video or listen to music from our phones. I think the greatest speeds that we're enjoying, whether it's ADSL or fiber or mobile telephony, I think that is very much welcomed. I think looking forward, we need to look at growing this usage far more rapidly and assigning spectral real estate much more efficiently. This spectrum is sorely needed for us to be able to move forward in an unhampered fashion. Clear and predictable regulations certainly helps these capital markets focus their cash on South Africa, and we would very much like to welcome their monies to South Africa and help them invest them and provide them with a sensible return. And then from a consolidation perspective, I think we should allow a more aggressive view to be taken on consolidation in the market, to allow the marketplace to follow, I think, what has been demonstrated quite in a healthy fashion in North America. I think these are some very topical points for my organization. It's something that we are reflecting on, and obviously something that we're engaging very actively and constructing with our stakeholders and our partners. I thank you for your ears, and I thank you for the time and the opportunity to present. Have a very nice day.
Thank you so much, Eben. I mean, clearly, you're basically echoing what everybody else has been echoing, that there's a massive demand and hunger for data in this country.
Yes.
And we desperately need to act on freeing up that spectrum. I mean, this is the key over here. And at what point do you think we will get into trouble if we don't free this fast enough? Because at the rate at which it's growing, at some point there's going to be a massive bottleneck if we don't act quickly.
I think that point's going to be reached by different people at different points in time. I think the slide that I put up with the number of subscribers per megahertz, I think some of the people on that chart are very close to that point. I think other people are probably further away. The reality is that the people that have been here the longer, I mean us and our large competitor, I think we're getting to that point quite early. We've seen trials of LTE, LTE Advanced. We've rolled out, over 1,000 base stations of LTE. We are using reformed spectrum, so clearly we're limited. We can only use as much as is physically there. There is spectrum that is lying fallow.
Yeah.
You've heard today what happens when you give spectrum. You hit 250 megabits per second to a handheld device. I mean, that is absolutely
insane.
remarkable.
It's absolutely insane. I know that you really focus on the South African region, but MTN has got this amazing footprint into Africa.
Correct.
What's the appetite for for data there? I'm sure it's growing very quickly as we move from a feature phone market to a smartphone market. Are you seeing the same hurdles with regards to regulation of spectrum in those countries as you are here, or is it easier there?
Okay, that is, the answer is quite mixed. There are some slightly more conservative countries, but I think in the last 2 to 3 years, we've seen regulators being very liberal with assigning spectrum. I mean, a country that we've had great difficulty with in Iran has just been given a 3 and a 4G license with spectrum at the same time, something that is very counter to their very conservative nature. We've seen a lot of spectrum being given in Ghana, Nigeria, Zambia, so that's really very positive. Even the things like deploying infrastructure, the rapid deployment guidelines that I've referred to, it's nothing new. We have the same problems in Iran. We have the same problems in Nigeria and Ghana. The regulators there have probably dealt with this 2 or 3 years ago that has allowed those economies and those networks to flourish a little bit quicker. But we're seeing the same challenges, and the solutions, quite honestly, are probably very much the same.
Fantastic. Very interesting presentation.
You.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much.
Eben Albertyn, the CTO, not the CEO, as I said earlier, of MTN. It was absolutely fascinating. Well, we've got another interesting panel discussion coming up, and I must also remind you that we've got an iPad Air to give away, okay, and we've also got a Samsung Galaxy S5 to give away, courtesy of Vodacom. This is going to be right at the end of the next session, so don't go away. You're going to need to be here to win the next prize. But let me introduce Jan Vermeulen from MyBroadband onto the stage. He's going to be joined by Puleng. Puleng, if you're in the room, we are looking for you, so please come to the side of the room. We are waiting for you. Jan is going to be joined by Gustav, by Pandelani, and they're going to be discussing IT and the telecoms industry in South Africa and where it's all going.
It's actually Pandelani.
Pandelani. Is Pandelani here? All right, Pandelani, if you're here, please, we're waiting for you on the side of the stage. In the meantime, please welcome the other speakers on. Jan Vermeulen, it's over to you.
MyBroadband journalist Jan Vermeulen will host this fiber panel and is joined by Gustav Smit, Puleng Kwele and Pandelani Munyai. Gustav Smit is the Chief Executive Officer of Dark Fiber Africa and is an advisor to CIV Holdings. Gustav holds a BCompt Honours degree from the University of South Africa. Puleng Kwele is the Chief Executive Officer of Broadband Infraco and is a seasoned telecommunications professional who holds a BSc Honours degree from the University of the Witwatersrand. Pandelani Munyai is the Chief Technology Officer at CETA, where his responsibilities include the development of strategies and policies, network architecture, implementations, and technology acquisitions. He holds a master's degree from the University of Cape Town. Please welcome Jan, Gustav, Puleng, and Pandelani to the stage.
Cool. Thank you very much. While Pandelani is getting mic'd up, we'll start the panel so long. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate your time. And Without further ado, let's get right to it. Gustav, starting with you on the end, this year has seen a number of developments in fiber to the home. What is DFA's role when it comes to delivering home and business fiber?
Thank you, Jan. Is this thing on?
I can hear you, but barely. They'll adjust the volume as we speak.
Thank you, Jan. DFA is an enabler to the whole industry. That's how we see ourselves. At the moment, we are focused on high-speed fiber connections into the business as such. I think we are putting in a lot of effort there, and we've also bought Conduct earlier this year to help us getting to the businesses quicker and easier. At the moment, we have about 1,400 buildings on our network, connected on our network already. And in the middle of next year, we will be at 3,000 buildings. That's business buildings. These buildings have an average of 3 customers per building. So it's about 9,000 businesses that will have access, DFA access into the building by next year. And all the ISPs are welcome to use this.
Cool. Puleng, we haven't heard from Broadband Infraco in a while. What have you been doing this past year?
Well, thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
And the fact that I could make it, for me, it's a privilege. I think we've been busy updating the network. We've all heard about the high demand out there. We've been upgrading our network. On a golden ring, we are at 100 gigs. We upgraded Northern Ring to about 80 gigs. I can just say, as we upgrade, all that is followed up. So we might not have extended fiber. Yes, we've opened access, few pops to enable the ISPs to connect to us. We're quite closer to Jinx than we were before. So we've been quite busy doing what we are mandated to do by law.
Okay. And perhaps we'll get to what you're managing to do by law a bit later. A very, very interesting statement there. Pandalani, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate your time as well. Welcome to the panel. What role does CETA play when it comes to broadband in South Africa?
Yes, thank you so much. CETA, as you know, is mandated to provide what we call PTN, private telecoms network, to national and provincial government departments. So up to so far, we've been busy making sure that government operate efficiently by making sure that they've got enough capacity, upgrading all the connectivity to all government departments, including health, home affairs, and all other departments. So up to so far, that is what we are busy with.
Okay. Gustav, back to you. Every year you've said that end users must demand decent speeds from their ISPs, and you started pretty modestly at a 10 megabit per second. And now with LTE becoming more widely available, and we're seeing suburbs taking their fiber destinies into their own hands, getting 100 megabit per second services, Telkom rolling out more widely available VDSL services. Is your wish coming true?
I think it is. We are fortunate in DFA to see what's happening in the market as far as fiber is concerned, because most of the people talk to us when they need fiber, especially in metro areas. The demand that we see coming from the ISPs now are much bigger than a year ago, and that can only be sparked by some of the end users asking for these kind of services. We've also made it easier for them to go to end customers by fibering up buildings from our side. But to give you a good example, we had around 40 customers last year this time on our books. Remember, we only deal with ISPs and operators. We have 62 now. So increase of 20 ISPs coming into the market buying fiber. And that's a huge increase according to our stats.
And certainly indicative of an expanding market in South Africa?
It's definitely, I think, fiber to the business will happen in time. It will happen into every sizable business and even small business. It just takes some time to get there. And the easier we can make it from our side for the ISPs to get to the end customers, the better for the whole industry.
Puleng, Last we spoke, it's usually about Broadband Infraco's financial situation. There was touch and go there for a bit, or at least it seemed like it. What's been done to improve your financial situation, and what is your financial situation at the moment?
Okay. I think what's important is for us to be able to ensure that we have the revenues. So we started 2 years ago with 5 customers. We now have 15 customers, and I think 5 of those are regional operators. So that's the first thing that you want to do, to have those long-term contracts, because you are in infrastructure business. So that's settling down from a cost point of view. We've refurbished our network. This is a capital-intensive industry, so you have to make your investments up front. So I'll still be EBITDA negative, but I'm expecting to be EBITDA positive in 2-3 years' time. And it can only be positive from then, because there's long-term contracts to support the costs.
Okay, so in short, it's looking up.
It is a positive upward trend.
Okay. Then Pandalani, SITA is involved with the Western Cape's Wi-Fi project. That's for those of you who aren't familiar with it, that's a project that the Western Cape has embarked on with Neotel and SITA to roll out free Wi-Fi across the Western Cape. What's your involvement and what's your role in the project?
Yes, thank you for that question. Before I answer that question, I just need to make something clear here to say that up to so far, like I said earlier on, that SITA has got a license, ICNS license, similar to the license that other operators have to build, operate, and maintain the network. But up to so far, what SITA have realized is we don't have deep pockets like the like of Vodacom, MTN, Neotel, and CLC that they have, which they can use to trench and dig the holes in search for installing fiber. So what we've decided to do now is to realize the potential of PPP, which is a private partnership and public partnership. So along those lines, the Western Cape project came in very handy, wherein we selected a very reliable partner to make sure that at least government benefits from what the industry have out there. So we also realized that there's no need for SITA, again, as I said, to spend money where other operators have already spent. So to that regard, what we've done is we just said, let's look at the infrastructure that is available. Let's look at the potential where other private companies can assist government to realize the potential of broadband. And Neotel was the very suitable candidate to help us achieve that. So together with the Western Cape government, we set up a tripartite alliance where we said we'll deliver on these. So Neotel provide what we call layer 2 switches, which include all the broadband infrastructure. And then on top of that, SITA, what we do is we provide layer 3 and upwards services, which will entail providing actual services to schools and clinics. And then by doing so, we want to make sure that all the e-services, including your e-learning, e-health, and the rest, are realized by this broadband project in Cape Town.
Okay. And which other broadband projects are you involved in as SITA?
Yes. Up to so far, like I said earlier on, the main broadband project that we have now is to upgrade all government facilities and make sure that they've got high-speed connectivity, making sure that at least they should deliver services efficiently to the citizens. And on top of that, we are also doing some other initiatives which I don't have the liberty at the moment to explain to you, but it will be similar to the one that we are doing in Cape Town.
Okay. So we can look forward to more free Wi-Fi across South Africa then?
Definitely.
Okay. Gustav, back to you. Whenever we speak, we talk about how difficult it is in many areas to roll out infrastructure. And has government heard your pleas to make it easier to roll out? Or have you seen any improvement in deployment times this year?
Assistance from government to get the waileys and permits quicker? No, nothing at all. Experience from our side and our contractor side doing things in a better way, yes, we've increased or we bettered the delivery times in South Africa, but not legislative, nothing at all, no new anything that happened this year. We actually have a second problem now, and that's when you go into buildings, business buildings, you sometimes find landlords Let's say, yes, you're welcome to get into my building, but I want to share in your revenue. That's just an additional tax for the end user, because we can't do much about it. If that landlord is adamant, we'll have to pay and just charge our customer more. So that's becoming a bigger and bigger problem now, and it's not a healthy thing for industry at all. And I would request anybody, if you find that, please guys, don't do that. Once you've started paying landlords to have access into buildings, you're going to lose a lot of money for the whole industry, not for DFA only.
While we're on the topic, which seems like it can get quite controversial, of all the cities you've rolled out fiber in, which was the best to deal with, or do they all present an equal obstacle?
Major metros, no doubt, Johannesburg Roads Agency. Johannesburg's been the best for us. I can't comment about the other big ones, but the smaller or the secondary cities are in many cases are much more welcoming for us to get in there. And we really had good experiences was in Rustenburg, Potchefstroom, Ermelo and Secunda. No, but I think those towns and cities were, there are not too many services offered there, so if we get in there, they sort of help us to deploy quicker.
Is this sort of a trend that you might see? So, for example, with a suburb that's almost demanding fast, like if you've got people organizing and demanding better services, does it go smoother there, or is this just a factor of it being a smaller place that there is nothing there in terms of broadband coverage, and so they're just hungry for it?
Yeah, I think it's a combination, but certainly in smaller cities you have more property, and there's only two property items that we can't buy in this industry, and the spectrum that Eben mentioned earlier, and the other one is real estate to put our networks in. We can't buy that, we can't manufacture it. We are dependent on city councils and on ICASA for that. And that's only the two only real problems in South Africa that we experience in rolling out proper networks.
Puleng, back to you. What is the current state of long-distance fiber in South Africa?
I think the current status from where we're sitting is that the country as it is from a long-distance point of view, the provinces are interconnected to each other. Some of the districts in some of the areas, I think there's minor gaps in Gauteng, Western Cape, where you have the greatest GDP, of course, you have a rollout. But you've got to separate eThekwini from the rest of KZN because eThekwini is a special case and the rest of the KZN does not necessarily have that capacity. But fiber is not necessarily the be-all and end-all. We've got to look at technology agnostic solution for access to broadband, and fiber is but just one of the solutions. You can also not necessarily be looking at satellite. You can consider satellite for your Northern Cape where you have very small population densities. But in other areas, talking to the demands that have been talked to by the mobile operators today, you do need the fiber. So people like saying it's about, we just 10 kilometers away from the nearest fiber, but they need to appreciate the costs associated with that and the regulatory matters associated with that. Not only regulatory from an ICASA point of view, but like Gustav has said, the permits that are required, the municipalities involved. So alignment of regulations is quite critical for us to get anywhere. So if you ask me right now, your bigger metros or the provinces with the metros are much better, and the provinces that are west off, Northern Cape and Northwest. And also it's about the readiness of the province to appreciate that. You can go to a small town and apply for way leave and they say, what's that? So you've got to ask them to contact the next town to understand what you really are talking about. So we still have a long way to go, I would say, for us to say from a terrestrial fiber point of view, we are fine, which is why we don't necessarily see the prices translating to the end user, because you have demand that is much more than the supply.
Pandalani, a more difficult question, but almost the whole gov.za went down earlier this year. What happened there?
Yes, actually, it is now common knowledge that we had a problem in April 2014 this year. What happened there was the fact that we are using the local municipality to provide power to our data center, and unfortunately, there was cable theft, in which case it was beyond ourselves as well as beyond our local municipality control. And as a result of that, we found ourselves in a very undesirable situation where all our services were down. Although we had some sort of redundancy, but unfortunately it was not enough. So I think the question thereafter is, what lessons have we learned out of that situation, and what is it that we did to make sure that we don't have similar situations in future? So what we're doing now is we've realized now the need and the powers of making sure that at least when you've got data centers like that, you need to have what you call a fully fledged cloud computing networks where all your data are distributed across the country without knowing where the actual data is. You know, in other words, you just hang all your data across the data centers across the country. So although a cloud computing network is something that everybody is looking for up to so far, it also comes at risk. You might have realized that some few weeks ago, even iCloud was hacked. So the challenge to us now is, are we really ready now to pump all government data into the cloud network? You know, considering the fact that it's too risky. So what we're doing now as well is we've got a laboratory where we are trying to make sure that we test all our networks, and by so doing that, we also employ what we call the experienced hackers on the network who are hacking our network in the lab to make sure that by the time that we are saying that we are now entrusting the data into the cloud, at least all risk and everything has been taken care of.
Yes. And you've covered, already started covering another question that I had regarding security and privacy, but perhaps to take a step back, you've brought up an interesting topic, and that's of cable theft. How can we deal with this massive problem that South Africa is experiencing, where infrastructure that costs millions to put in the ground is being ripped up at a fraction of the cost? The damage that it causes is, the collateral damage that it causes to the rest of the network is immense. What must be done to curb this?
This is a very challenging question. You realize that even Telkom up to so far, they had a lot of issues with cable theft. And up to so far, I'm not sure of any sort of a win-win situation where you would say that the solution is there on the table. But up to so far, I understand that there are a lot of campaigns that the local municipalities who provide power as well as Telkom, they are busy engaging in advertising and telling people that they mustn't do this because of the dangers, because by so doing this, it doesn't matter what we do. All the efforts that everybody was talking about of making sure that broadband services are brought to the people, where people can realize services on their fingertips. If there's no power, no data centers will work, and broadband connectivity will won't work at all. So the issue really is a national crisis that everybody should look at.
I'm going to pose the question to the rest of the panelists as well. One of there have been ministers who have said that, in fact, cable theft should be treated as sabotage. Is that something you agree with? How should we deal with it, Gustav?
We are fortunate as fiber companies that we don't have a lot of copper, so we don't have that much of a problem with it at all. We do get damage from time to time. We believe in going the preventative maintenance way. We make sure that our network is secure wherever we can, and we need to educate the people that stays next to these networks. And we do that proactively from time to time. We sometimes, if we have areas where we have some damage from time to time, more often, we get some of the local people staying next to it to start looking after it, and we pay them for that. It's a service just like a security service. It works well, but fortunately we don't have a lot of copper. I think Telkom has a different problem to ours.
And we're all dependent on power from Eskom, which comes over copper lines. Puleng, have you guys been hit by outages related to copper theft? And what do you think should be done about it?
We in the fiber business, we don't do copper. But I think to Gustav's point, what's important with this cable theft is it starts with the communities where this fiber is at. I think where there's a community and there's an understanding of responsibility, they have to take that. That's one. I think government has criminalized the theft of copper, so that's another step. Then we need probably executions in these things so that people understand the consequences of it. But if there's advocacy and education where people get to understand why those things are put there, and deal probably with the market, because obviously the people that are still in the copper, there is a market out there for them to actually buy this copper. So that entire value chain has got to be dealt with, and it starts with the very communities.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting, and something worth checking out. What would happen if you plot the copper theft barometer against the price of copper on the black market? What the correlation would be. Gustav, a question back to you, also a more difficult one. And regarding your rollouts and difficulty with rollouts in certain municipalities, there was a court ruling recently between you and Msindisi municipality. I don't know how much you're allowed to say at this point, but it had to do with rolling out services in the area. What happened there, and what's the current state of that court case?
We had a problem in Msindisi, also known as Pietermaritzburg area. We didn't get wayleaves from the city council at all, or a metro. After months and months of trying to build relationships and whatever, we had to tell them that we are going to use our right in our license, section 22, as earlier alluded to build in the city. And we will adhere to everything else, but if they don't want to sign off a wayleaf, we are going to use that right now. So we started trenching in Pietermaritzburg. It's an interesting story. It was for a government department to link up universities. So it was quite a difficult one to handle. They then confiscated our equipment, or our contractors' equipment, and it eventually ended up in the High Court in Pietermaritzburg. The judgment was in our favor, and we were allowed to continue trenching, which the City Council then appealed and took it to this Supreme Court of Appeal. The case was heard on the 20th of September. The judgment was reserved, so we don't have the final result yet. But I'm sure it will be in the news if once it comes out. I think it's the first test case of Section 22 in our licenses. Most of us have licenses, and we didn't at all try to become opposition of a municipality at all. But what else could we do? We had to exercise it right and put a test case there and measure it and see what happens.
Okay, yeah, so something for folks to watch in the coming weeks, watching those court monitoring groups. All right, and I'm sure we'll hear from you regarding the outcome. And what happens if the outcome is say, favorable or unfavorable? Can you guys appeal then? Or can the municipality appeal again?
I don't know.
Or is this where it ends?
If we are not allowed in the city, nobody else will be allowed, because they can't allow anybody else now, which will mean that Pietermaritzburg will never have fiber, or the city council will build their own fiber. This can only be the other result. We obviously, as an industry, we don't want that to happen. We don't want one player, a single player in any city or town, because it's not good for the industry at all. If we lose this case, we'll probably be banned from Pietermaritzburg. I don't know what will happen to the fiber. We'll sell it to somebody else, or to the university.
Which is who it was intended for in the first place.
Yes.
Pulling back to you, what's come up a couple of times in the course of the conference today is the deal between Vodacom and Neotel. Is that something that would affect Broadband Infraco at all?
Not really. I mean, Neotel is one of our customers. It started off as a second network operator. We provide significant backhaul to them. So I hope that Shamil wasn't claiming our fiber in his acquisition statement earlier. I do think that we cannot necessarily allow a monopoly in the country. So acquisition of a predominantly fixed network operator by a mobile operator with a big pocket should be allowed. It can only bode well for competition so that we can all be able to roll out, because the only way for us to get broadband in this country is when both the public and the private sector have a role to play. But significantly, when Shamil spoke earlier, he spoke about the investments that they have made, and if you listened well, he talked about the radio access network and the fiber to the base stations. There's fiber required all over. I mean, yes, DFA does play, we do play, but there's significant areas that are not covered in this country. So if you start having that kind of consolidation, it can only bode well for South Africa and what we need to be able to achieve with SA Connect.
Okay. And will you be making representations to the various regulators to that effect, or have you made submissions to that effect?
We have been requested by the Competition Commission and ICASA to make the representations, and we have made them.
Okay, cool. Pandalani, back to you. Going back to the issue of security and privacy we spoke about a bit earlier, security and privacy online have been a big concerns lately, and a number of government websites hosted by SITA have been defaced in the past. How big a deal is this? Should people be worried about private details being stolen? And what's being done to improve security?
Yes, as I said earlier on, security is a concern for us, more so that our mandate is to provide a secured network for government. So if we can take security seriously, then this will be a concern for everybody. So up to so far, as I mentioned earlier on, the issue that everybody is talking about in terms of creating what you call the virtualization of networks or the cloud computing, that alone, although you know that most of the big operators are also going through that trend, but the issue is it comes with huge risks on its own. So up to so far as SITA, lately up to so far, we haven't seen major incidents, although we've seen it in the past, precisely because up to so far, we are putting a lot of measures, security measures in place, and we are putting all firewalls which are monitored 24/7. But for me, the most important thing is if we are moving through virtualization or cloud computing, we just need to make sure that security every day. So that's what we're doing at the moment.
Okay. And then before we land the ship, a couple of quick questions. So the first one, what kind of internet connection do you have at work? Pandalani, let's start with you.
Fortunately, I'm using Telkom 20 gig router. So.
Is that at work?
No, at home.
Oh, at home. And at work?
Yes. At work, we are using a service provider, of which we've got dual or redundant links that breaks in between Johannesburg and Cape Town and providing 650 megabits per second shared amongst government departments in SITA.
Okay. Puleng, what do you use at work and at home?
At home, I use AfriHost, and I use the two mobile operators. I'm in a bad spot. Maybe there's an opportunity for them to come and put up a booster for me to use one of the mobile operators. But I think AfriHost has served us well.
Okay. And at work? Puleng,
at work, we use an ISP. We don't use, we are a state-owned company, so we need to support other operators. So we do use an ISP for our internet connectivity.
For your office connections. Okay. Gustav, what do you guys have at work?
We have a 100 megabit per second fiber connection, international one-to-one contention.
Oh, cool. So we're going to move the MyBroadband offices to your offices.
You're welcome. I need to talk to the techies first. And at home, I'm not a techno junkie, so I use 4G at home. I'm fortunate to have a very good DFA fiber tower not far from my house. And I find that 4G is what I need this stage. I don't download movies and that kind of thing, so I don't care about that.
And when we're talking about 4G, we're talking about real 4G, LTE Advanced, or we're talking about LTE?
LTE.
Okay, but your device manufacturer lies to you. It says 4G on your phone, right?
4G,
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you guys joining me on the panel today, and also coming towards the end of the conference. Don't go anywhere. We've got some gifts for you guys, and you guys don't go anywhere. We've got some sweet prizes coming up. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much to our panel, and Jan van Meulen as well. I love reading your stuff. Jan, very passionate about what he writes about. So thank you very much to the panel. Nice to see you all. I must remind you that we're going to do a quick draw now. Okay, we've come to the end. We've got an iPad Air to give away and the Samsung Galaxy S5. And then I must also remind you that we've got snacks outside that will be sponsored by Vodacom. So when you leave, you're welcome to join us for snacks. And then cocktails also sponsored there by Dark Fiber Africa. But right now, let's do those lucky draws. And we have a Samsung Galaxy S5. This is compliments of Vodacom to give away. And I'm going to dig my hands in this bowl. And you have to be here to win this prize. And I've got a winner over here. And the winner is Mpho Mofokeng from DigiArta. Are you here, Mpho? Is Mpho here? Say yeah. No. Right. Next one. Foster Mavuka. Are you here, Foster? Foster Mavuka, are you here? No, we carry on drawing. That's the way. That's the name of the game. Okay. Here we go. Neil Smith, are you here from Crafttech? Neil Smith? Gone to catch the traffic. Lost out on a phone. Greg Kress from Luminet Communications. Shout out if you're here. Greg Kress, are you here? Right. Where have these people gone? Tanya Duplessis from Telkom. Are you here? Oh, well done, Tanya. She's here, and she wins herself a Galaxy S5. Unfortunately, it's locked to the Vodacom network, so you're going to have to move. I'm only joking. I'm joking. All right, so that's the one draw. And the next draw that we're going to do is it's sponsored, and thanks very much to the sponsors. Give them a round of applause, please. This one is sponsored by Broadband Infraco, who have given us an iPad Air to give away. So there we go. Well done. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Right. Who wants an iPad Air? All right, you see, that's the positivity I'm looking at, okay? All right, an iPad Air, and the winner is going to be, I'm digging nice and deep. I'm going to take a couple of business cards, so we've got backup over here. I've got two here. Okay, Kulekani Dlamini from Afina Capital, are you here? Are you here? Gone home. Right, next one. Who's this? Tony Moreira from Bytes Connect. Are you here, Tony? He's not here. Sorry for you, Tony. We carry on drawing, right? Everybody's anticipating a win here. Who's this here? Mashid Puna. Are you here? Come up and collect your prize, please. Well done, Mashid. You have won for yourself an iPad Air. Congratulations. As he makes his way up, compliments of Broadband Infraco. Well done to you. Congratulations, congratulations. Give them a round of applause, please. A brand new iPad Air, fantastic prize. Well done. Have a good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes MyBroadband 2014. Let's give the ladies a big round of applause, please. They've been fantastic today. That concludes MyBroadband 2014. Thank you so much. It's been a fascinating day. Interesting announcements that have been made. I look forward to see what Telkom Mobile and what Cell C are going to launch over the next couple of days. But certainly, the speeds are getting bigger. The hunger for demand of data is becoming even bigger. And we just need spectrum. Drive safely. Thank you for joining us at MyBroadband 2014.
Okay, just before we go, I think in every conference it's difficult to thank the MC, but what a wonderful job has Aki done. Aki, thank you very much. The best MC in the country. Okay, thank you again for doing this conference. I hope you can do it next year. There's a small prize for you. Okay,
thank you so much.
Ladies and
Absolute
gentlemen, I
honor
hope I
to
can
be here.
join
Thank
you for
you.
a drink afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rudolph. Thank you very much. Drive home safely, everybody.